Great, and I'm live. So, over the past 2 days, I've been vibe coding. And if you're not familiar with what vibe coding is, basically you have the LLM do your work for you with not too much prompting, and you see what it can come up with. So, this here was done by an LLM. I had it rework the whole kind of profile page. So let me show y'all what it looked like before the update. Howdy JR, how's it going? So now if I log on into Cloudflare, I can use Cloudflare's workers thing for its like CI/CD feature, and I can just kind of go back in time and see what Funi used to look like a couple of days ago. So right here, this is Funi before we did the vibe coding changes. And now I'm going to show you what it did. So I've found that basically I can use these LLMs as a fairly effective designer without needing to know design, I can just use it to brainstorm like a bunch of ideas. So here's what it used to look like, and here's what it looks like now. And this was done over the course of 2 days, very casually. I could have done it in 1 day. It was very, very quick. So basically what you do, and here I can show you a little bit more about kind of how this worked. So I've got this thing here here it is. You can kind of see that's the before and after, right? Here's what the LLM came up with, and then I just made a couple of modifications to get it where I want it. So I normalized the size of the different leveling badges. I centered the text here, I removed the word stats, I made this larger, I removed the little thing in there, and I decided I didn't like the gradient after all on this because it was a little bit busy, so I removed that. And then I adjusted these so they're not italic, and I removed the little border thing here. So I did all that. Oh, and then I also added like max achievements so you can actually see. Other than that, I cleaned up the code a little bit, and that was mostly it. And then down here, this is what the LLM came up with. Initially, I made a couple adjustments to get it to this so that it's not quite as busy. But LLMs are pretty good. And now, I do have a couple questions once more people get here. I'm curious like if there's any computer science students that don't even use LLMs yet. I suspect there are. But anywho, the goal for today is to improve this profile page. So you should be able to click view more or something and see all of their stats for all of their games. I need to fix the time played. It's a little bit off, and I need to fix this games and time thing. Howdy, Olav. Did I hear about SpacetimeDB? I think I did, Bear, a while ago. Howdy, Stark. But I don't think I've looked at it. Oh, I haven't even checked out the site yet. Oh, actually, I have not heard of this. Easiest way to build a multiplayer game? What, so this is Firebase alternative? Host an MMO with thousands of concurrent users? Wait. Completely serverless? How does that make any sense? MMOs have a ton of state. What? I don't understand that. There is another thing. It's not SpacetimeDB, it's something else. Okay. What's the catch? What's their pricing? So the thing is, for certain applications and services that are targeted towards MMOs, usually their pricing is far more competitive than things like AWS, GCP, etc. There's one I'm thinking of, which Funi almost used. Let me see if I can find a doc I made a while back for Funi's costs, and that will tell me a little bit. This was done a little while ago, so I've got to find it. Comparison of Funi cost per MAU. I think it must be this one. Yeah. Okay, let me just put blank here. I don't know how much of this I can actually share. This was a document I made about Funi's costs, but I can probably share this part. And I'm just gonna delete that. Okay, I think this part here is fine to share. Alrighty. So you can see here there's this player IO, which is another alternative for making MMOs or like multiplayer games. And this one here is pretty cheap. It's still more expensive than Funi's infra, but they provide a lot, and a lot of multiplayer games will actually use this. So if you're not sure, you can use something like this. I don't remember where their pricing is at. Maybe plans? Yeah, there it is. So you can see 60 cents per gig is still a lot. So how much is that? That's 600, no. $600 a terabyte? But that's for game, that's a lot, Jesus. I don't know why I thought this was cheap. Well, anywho, there's this. A lot of people use it. So this doesn't make a lot of sense, because they're not giving... This doesn't make any sense. Where's their full pricing? What is this? Context in which it's being used. The GitHub app can only do things that you and the app have permission for. Okay, I see. So it doesn't have... Okay, that seems fine. Oh, this makes a lot more sense. Energy packs. I see. So they've done the gamification of pricing. So you got like this, these are like gems, and then you spend your gems or your credits on usage to obfuscate what all the pricing is. This doesn't make any damn sense. Bytes written, bytes scanned? Well, what the hell? Where's the conversion? It doesn't tell me what the hell the conversion is. I suspect this is expensive if they're hiding this information. Howdy, Mark. Yeah, they created a fake currency to obfuscate the pricing. I don't see... Maybe in docs there might be something about their pricing? No, there's not. They expect you to just start using it, and then they'll tell you how much it costs. Maybe there's another way. Main cloud is now live. Get main cloud energy 90% off until we run out. In other words, come use our thing, get locked in, and then we're gonna 10x the cost. That'll be all your money, please. Yep, that's what it sounds like. I don't know why anyone would use this if they're not upfront with their pricing. And they're straight up saying they're gonna 10x the cost on you. So if they lock you in and you're spending like 5x Hetzner, that's gonna be 50x Hetzner once they run out of their cost. But I don't know what their costs are. Okay. Please tell me what the costs are for SpacetimeDB. Break it down to bandwidth, to GBs per USD, egress, etc. Alright, so Grok is gonna try to find it somewhere on the web. because I can't find it on their site anywhere. Apparently it might be open source, so maybe you can use it like self-hosting? A relational database system. Okay, so basically this sounds a lot like you're running the codes like at the database level, which is kind of like Redis or something. Similar to the idea of smart contracts. Okay. Interesting. So they made this MMO with SpacetimeDB. That's kind of cool. Holding application state and memory while persisting the data. Write a head log, which is used ashore. It sounds cool. I don't like their pricing right now because it's very not obvious. They've got the Grok logo. Okay, if I refresh this, does it tell me yet? Oh, here we go. Perfect. Bytes sent to clients. So you're paying 28 cents a gig or 280 a terabyte. Okay, so 200% or 200x markup. And then you're paying for whatever the hell this is, $10 per gig per month. Which, if you're fairly efficient with your data, that's not too bad because usually you don't use that much data. So I think this is the kind of the main cost here. 280 a terabyte isn't terrible, like that wouldn't be too much on Funi right now. So that doesn't seem that bad. I don't know like what else they, I mean that's just based off of, I don't know if they could charge for CPU usage. Oh, here it is, bytes written. 39 cents a terabyte for bytes written. That seems pretty good. What's the best approach to sync multiplayer games? Depends. I mean, I typically will have like a server, Michael, and then I'll have that broadcast events to other players. And you can do things like, you know, only broadcasting to other players in a region if your game is like like OSRS. Or you can just broadcast everyone in the room if your game is like Funi. This doesn't sound bad. Yeah, I don't know. The costs don't seem bad, so it seems interesting. It seems pretty cool. Alright, so anyways, we gotta get this thing done. Don't do predicting and stuff in Funi? What do you mean? Alright, so what I want to do right now... You know what? Oh yeah, by the way, I want to kind of show like the way I do this this page thing on Funi. So I'll show you kind of what the vibe coding is I've been doing lately. I think it actually might be best to do the MVP page because that one is definitely needing some work. Not the bank page, but the MVP page. So if I refresh this, so I've got 3 separate Funis. I've got Funi 1, 2, and 3. I forget the way to just get reset, I think. Get reset hard or something. And then get full. How's the vibe? Pretty good, Ken. Alright, so we've got Funi 1, and you can see this is what it looks like right now. Please improve the style of the MVP page. I should say MVP page.tsx. Should be Nintendo-esque, fit the vibe of Funi. So you just do something like this and see what it comes up with. So basically, LLM like vibe coding is a bit like working with a paintbrush chainsaw. So you have this tool, it can do a lot for you very fast, and it can screw things up really fast as well. So you can just have like a bunch of different kind of clones of your repo, like Funi 1, Funi 2, Funi 3, and then I can have it go off and just try random stuff multiple times, and eventually it might wind up with something good. It might not. It just kind of, it is what it is. So we'll have Funi 1, Funi 2, and Funi 3. And let's check this. I'm probably going to be doing more CLI stuff as far as this goes here. Let's just reset hard, maybe that will fix this. Cool. Git pull just in case. Alright, we're up to date. And that was npm I, so that means I can npm run start this thing. I'll have 1, this will be number 2, so we'll just clog this one. Let's have it do the same thing. And we'll just have it just do all the things. Howdy Graham, howdy DR3. What are we doing right now? Well, I'm showing what vibe coding is like with a couple of different branches of Funi. And I'm just having Claude go in and just make a bunch of changes. And I'm just saying, yeah, just do whatever. Hopefully it'll be fine. Can you ask what kind of screen I'm using? A TV and an ultra wide. Okay, let's see. Oh, what else did I miss? Alright, so that one's done, and this one's coming. Okay, so that means let's start with just 2 for vibe coding. Getting to 3 is a little sweaty, so let's just use these 2. I think I'm already npm run starting on that one, so we really just need to do this. Alright, so if I refresh, we should have something new. We can kind of compare it to what is currently there. So here's the first thing it did. It completely screwed up the top. It looks a lot worse now. And down here, an interesting idea, but I don't love it. So, not a fan of that one. We can reset that and try again. But you kind of just use this to get ideas. And I can just run this a whole bunch of times, and this is exactly how I did this profile thing. Like, this, design was by an LLM, just the same one that I'm doing right now, and this is exactly how I did it. Howdy, Jam. One of the thanks, I appreciate it a lot. Can I recommend any other channels that focus on UI and front-end dev? So I don't focus on UI and front-end dev. I do everything, right? I'll do front-end, I'll do back-end, I'll do server architecture, I'll do focusing on costs and performance, I'll do a little bit of security stuff. Just all over the place. It kind of just depends what day it is. Do I have money invested in Funi? The co-founder does. So I am a very technical co-founder. I bring to the table just lots of experience with code and building stuff. The other co-founder focuses more on money and stuff. This is kind of a neat look. Interesting. MVP expires in... I like parts of this, actually. Parts are a little strange, like why is there a sun here? That's a bit odd. It's much more readable. That's an interesting idea. I think this part is a little better, but the colors could definitely be improved. Is this vibe up to par? I mean, it's a start. I'm curious what this looks like if I don't have the VIP. But you can kind of see, like, this is how I iterate and test out a whole bunch of different things. It requires me to not think, which is kind of nice. But it's still mid. Could be better. So let's reset this branch. I want to get reset hard, but I think I have other changes on Thurney that might need to be adjusted. Not really. Get reset hard. Okay. Please improve the style, blah blah blah. Come up with a new design. Let's tell it what we like about this. I like what it did here, where it balanced this out. So we can tell it that. I also like the colors here. This is... the colors aren't bad there. Wait, no, that's... the one I just reset was this one. Let's just have it come up with something different. Make it awesome. Oh, I should also tell it not too many borders and things, because we don't want to clutter the page too much. Okay, well, it'll come up with something, but that's kind of the idea. But while that's going, I probably should have had that on Thurney too, because I want to be able to work on Thurney at the same time, and if it's like messing around with this, it could mess me up. Oh well. Goal for today, so let's add this thingamabob here. You know what? I can probably even have it in the same directory. What's the tool I'm using? This is Claude Code. It's a little pricey, but it's fun. And it allows me to quickly come up with like a bunch of different ideas for styling and whatever I need. How expensive on average is this? Well, let's take a look. It's not cheap. If I go here, and we go to cost, you can see that for my profile redesign, it cost me $8, or about $9. And today we've spent 79 cents. So in total, all of the usage of Claude I've done is like $15. So wait, that isn't... no, it's gotta be more. It must be last month. Oh, here it is. Yeah, okay, so you can see here, to get 9-ball pool, that whole game released, it cost me like $10. Bankruptcy imminent. Actually, I'm making a lot of money off of that, because it did 9-ball in like $10. Did not repackage JSON? What? The hell did it do? Did it just nuke my repo? I don't think it did. Projects just Funi. Oh, it looked at the wrong path because it's dumb. 15 is outrageous. It is pricey. What the f... Maybe move it over here. Okay. Sure. Yeah, just do random... I think it's gone off the deep end. NPX TSX. Why is it doing this? Alright, whatever. We'll just let it do its thing. As long as it's not running like RMRF, I don't mind too much. Obviously, do be careful about the commands it's running because it can brick your system if it feels like it. That hasn't happened to me yet, but you know. Oh, I also wanted to do like a thingy over here. Let's try something else. I want to try if use is VIP is true, display that the user is MVP somewhere fitting on the profile page. Actually, no. It's not use is VIP because user ID. Need to modify use is VIP. Okay. Let's try that and see what it comes up with. And apparently it reworked this page, I think. Let's see what it came up with this time. That looks like shit. Interesting. Very interesting. All the colors. I did tell it to make it Nintendo-esque. But not really what I'm going for. Well, we have an idea of kind of how I want to change this. This can be broken up and shown side by side, kind of a bit more like this, and 2 whole weeks like that. I do like that. Rare and special, shiny bundle. Experience uninterrupted gameplay with no ads. No penalty. This, I mean, I like this part. So I kind of like the idea here, but I don't care too much for the color scheme, so we'll improve that. Does AI have a config? Yeah, you can modify it, but I mean, it will still kind of do what it wants. It's not going to be perfect. Did the AI just restyle your website? Yeah, I mean, it's not free. You gotta pay for the usage, but you can use it for ideas, right? And a lot of times it'll come up with junk, but sometimes it'll come up with something that can be useful. And if you don't know what you want, you can use it to come up with ideas that are sometimes useful, sometimes not. Animated stars for the hero section? What? I don't see animated stars. Are these supposed to be animated stars? I think they are. Interesting. Anyways, I'm just going to discard that change because I'm not a super big fan of it. You're so glad to see I use desktop GitHub? Yeah, because it is just like a nice, simple UI. It could definitely work a lot better with Whizzle. They've really dropped the ball on that for the last few years. Come on, it shouldn't take this long. The latency is absurd. But other than that, it's pretty much perfect. And if you're on Mac, it works a lot better. Use is VIP. Okay, so now we have use current user ID. We don't really need that because... Okay. So you'll see, like, when you vibe code like this, you still need to kind of know, like, what code is shit and what code is not shit. So it still kind of requires you to have an eye for how to improve things. Like here, for example, use is VIP. It's just added this thing for current user ID, and then it's just completely unused. So you just gotta delete that. Claude Code over-engineers everything? Yeah. I even tell it not to. I tell it to use the simplest solution possible. I'm pretty sure I do. Yeah, always aim for the simplest solution that works. Which is not enough. It doesn't fully understand that. Maybe I need to add more. Maybe I need to be like, don't introduce variables or function calls so you actually need them.
Did you finish that track there, guys?
Yeah, if you can find it, Pekka, that'd be great. Gotta crank those tokens up. Oh, come on, it's not that bad, Oro. Oh, by the way, I got this from Claude Code. So, if you ask it for stickers, you can get some stickers. So I got like one that says manifesting, another that says shipping, and another that says vibing. And it even has this little thing written by a human. So you know there's some human or something there, which is kind of cool. And then over here it says with gratitude from Anthropic. So that came in the mail last night. Let's see, what the hell is it doing now? It's running more stuff. Are they edible? That's a very good question. Let me see. So we got this like manifesting on. I don't think they're edible. No, I probably wouldn't eat them. I don't think that's not edible. Welcome back, RPC. Alright, so it's running. Why is it taking so long to run this thing? Well, it's running something. I don't really know. Not too sure what it's editing right now, but supposedly. Okay, so I undid this, so that should be back to normal. And then over here, it added a line for that. No, that looks bad. Come on. You can do better than that, Claude. Okay. So, my Claude rules? Yeah, I'll show them in a sec. This looks like shit. I don't like that. MVP crown. Yeah, there's no crown right now. So let's discard it. Tell it, no, it didn't do very good on that. And we'll have it try something else. The thing is, I don't even know what I want, so it's kind of hard to prompt it. Try again, but make different. P badge should be a big diamond. Image items premium currency.
Previous assignments for my newspaper had sent me to the moon many times.
Yeah, we'll just tell it that, and should be good to go. Maybe we can work on something else. I don't want to be editing the same exact file though. We could rework this MVP page. So, using Claude, we have an idea now of how to kind of rework it. And I can always just look over here. Okay, so move this to the center. Maybe have some nice little thingy under it. But this one, I don't like the design quite too much of that. It should be like a single pixel, and then it should have the nice gradient, and it should be like fade out and look super cool. This could be a solid color, or it could even be like a gradient. I almost like the difference in color, but I think that's a bit too much color. Let's see. Oh, right, yeah, you want to see my Claude rules. Let's see what the new design is for the badge. It's got the context from before. I don't want it taking up extra space. I like the idea, but I don't want it taking up extra space. We might move it somewhere. It can move like here, I think. There might be some room. Might do that. Okay. Make the MVP section below the avatar. Centered. Shouldn't take up extra space. The UI. We'll see what that does. And that's obviously better. But I still don't love it. I almost just want to copy this section. But if it was just slightly better. I might just wait to see what Claude Code comes up with. Let's see. For you and your friends, this isn't true. It's only for you. This is pretty good. Yeah, I think I like it apart from the style. Hey, that's exactly what I wanted. Perfect. There we go. So now it doesn't take up any extra space. That's exactly what I want. Nice. And that's vibe coding. In a nutshell. It's really good when you have like larger changes that you want, because it'll just like, you know, it helps me think. Okay. This has got more changes on it. Come on. Come on, GitHub Desktop. You can do it. It's modified profile and player badges. Oh, there it is. Use is VIP, which is over here. We passed these already in. But it's not being used by player badges. It's only being used by profile, so I don't really need it. Wait, where is this? Use is VIP and... oh god, that's terrible. Okay. So you can see here, it does a lot of dumb things. This is why it's really, really important that you still watch what it does. So it might get a nice result, but it might do it in a really dumb way. And you have to have the experience to go in and be like, okay, well, this is stupid, and fix it up. Right? Like, we always have our hooks up at the top. In fact, let's modify our Claude rules and tell it that hooks must always be defined near the start of a function, and maybe that will improve what we've got here. There we go. Now we have isVIP, which should work a lot better. Okay, so that whole section here is an MVP badge. Let's see, does this all look okay, or did it do other dumb stuff in here? Okay, looks fine. We got the little thingamabobber there twice, which is still fine. Is everything else okay? It's got a border to it, some shadow stuff. Yeah, I'd say that's alright. Width 32. This part's a bit strange. 128 pixels? There's no way that's 128 pixels. That looks way bigger. Oh, it's 128 pixels. You tamed Claude 3.7? Okay, let's take a look here and let's compare it to what we got. Implement solutions in logical stages rather than all at once. That could be useful, potentially. This is important. Implement only what is explicitly requested. I think I need this in my prompt because I think it does go a little bit off the rails there. When requirements are ambiguous, choose the minimum viable interpretation. I think that also is useful. I think I'm gonna leave this one out. I think we're gonna go with these two. Response constraints, we'll put it here, I think. Okay, so when requirements are ambiguous, choose the minimum viable. Briefly summarize what you've completed. I think this could be maybe useful. Let's see. Provide testable increment. Howdy, Galahad. See, this could be useful. I gotta improve the testing for sure on Funi. Because this is definitely, like, if you set up a good testing environment, you can have the LLMs do like a bunch of testing for you and adding extra tests. You just have to prevent introduction of flaky tests. Recompilation into logical chunks. But see, I already do a lot of this, so I don't think this is going to be super duper important. This one here might be okay. Let's maybe add that there. Okay, so here's kind of what my prompt is like so far. There's an optimized version. Oh, nice. Let's see. Same prompt ignoring human readability. Interesting. Yeah, I definitely gotta like optimize my thing. How many tokens are we at? Like 3,000 for this? Yeah, that might be a lot. I'm trying to think which model would be best for this. Grok 3 is pretty strong. I wonder actually. Let's try deep research. Optimize below prompt. Shorter. Possible while retaining absolutely everything. Oops. LM. Input. This prompt should produce the same output as the below prompt. Let's try that. Okay. So basically what I'm doing is if you use deep research with GPT, then it will use a stronger model, O3, instead of like O1 or something. So GPT 4.5 is really strong, but you have to prompt it in the right way so that it can think, because by default it won't think. It's not a thinking model. I'm lazy, so I just want to use the strongest model I can. O3 I believe is still stronger than Grok 3. What am I doing? Right now we're optimizing this prompt, and there's this interesting prompt here from Claude, which somebody is using, and I made like a really short one here. So we'll see. I probably could have also given it an example. Let's give it an example. Let's see. Okay, so I think from here to here. Okay, below is an example before and after. How you should approach simplifying the prompt. Simplifying, let's reword it to minifying. Before. Oh, and LLMs work really well with XML, so let's use XML for this. So before, after. We'll just give it. The problem is this one here, although small, is not very readable, and I need it to be readable so that we can make modifications to it. So let's go with human readable. Let's see. So that's after. Perfect. Okay, what else do we have? Absolute constraints on length. Constraints on length, but aim for at least a 50% reduction in size. Let's see, smaller is better as long as you maintain prompt accuracy. Does XML really help? Yeah. Okay, so we've given an example now, so hopefully O3 will do the thing. That was suspiciously fast. Maybe it's O3? npm run lint. Did I give it commands? Is that why Claude is running commands? Oh. I could remove that. That's kind of nice. Look at that. It made it smaller. Yeah, no worries, Jan. Okay. So now I can just copy paste this. Kind of. I want this in like markdown form. Because if I just copy paste this, it's gonna remove the markdown, and I really liked the markdown. We'll just have to add it back in. Okay, so we got the expertise there. And then modes. Modes goes down here, and then this is gonna be like blah, blah, like that. Oh, and this was all prettyful. We might as well keep it prettyful, right? Prettyful is nice. Yeah, prettyful. Okay. And it goes down to commands. This is like, programming is just changing, you know? Like, before we actually didn't do a lot of this, but this is like meta programming in a way. And I think it's just going to continue to get better and better. So if you're not using LLMs, you're falling behind. Clicking the copy button below. Oh, okay, nice. I don't have a copy button yet because it's not done. It's stuck in starting research mode. So here's the thing about this, right? Like, it is using a stronger model, but it's going to look for sources. I should have clarified. Don't look for any sources. Don't do any thinking. Or, I mean, do thinking, but don't research, because I'm not asking you to research. Oh well, whatever, it's fine. This is fine. We're not using things the way they're intended to be used. And then I want all of these star thingies, because this one is where it becomes more critical, and we go like this, bam, bam, heck yeah. Is it more expensive than 4.5 or still the same price? This is the $200 a month thing, where if you pay stupid amounts of money, you get models that are maybe slightly better. But I mean, every month that passes, it becomes less and less useful. Are we talking AI? Yeah. Thoughts on 4.7? I suspect you mean 3.7 for Claude. It's really, really useful, especially for vibe coding. Okay, so that was commands, and then if I come to, let's see, so we got that, npm run lint. I gotta do all this stuff here. Do I use DeepSeek at all? No, it's not good. I only use the best, and DeepSeek is not the best. Types over interfaces. Read only and const. You don't think there's anything that matches 4.5's price? 4.5 is awesome. I really like it's really good for like text. So if you want like green text or something funny, it's the funniest LLM by far. Nothing else comes close. And 4.5 actually can be very useful in a lot of other ways too, but it requires the right prompt. I think its current prompt is just not very good. DeepSeek helps you out a ton in solving engineering problems. Yeah, but it's not the best for it. It's just, there's better. It's okay. It's cheap. Like that is DeepSeek's main use, in my opinion, is that it's a cheap LLM, but it's not the best. Do I use Claude 3.7 or thinking? Mostly I've just been using 3.7. I haven't really been telling it to think hard. So I guess we could get better results, but it would be a little bit more expensive to think hard. Really, we should probably be doing that. Is it finished yet? Oh my god, why is this taking I guess it just likes to take a year and a half. New video, how I use AI in my workflow and how I create prompts. That is a good one. Let me put that on my to-do. How I use AI in my workflow and how I create prompts. Okay, I've added that. You can just feed, yeah, I mean, that's basically what we just did, right? We fed it into the strongest LLM we possibly can find, and that is what we're using to create prompts. And this is what I do for optimizing really any prompt. Something else you can do is you can take an end result, you can feed it in, and then it can spit out a prompt to accurately recreate the thing. So what we'll be doing later on is when we want to add more games to Funi, we're going to take a bunch of examples of games. I'm going to break them down into steps. So for example, do the shared section first, do the items section, do the achievements section, do the backend, do the front end, just breaking it down into small actionable chunks. For each of those chunks, you provided a couple of different examples. So I might provide it dynamite, I might provide it 4 in a row, I might give it chess, and then based on each of those examples, it will generate a prompt that can create each of those examples. So I'm kind of generalizing the prompt so that I can reuse it for all sorts of other things. This usually gives you a pretty good prompt with a little bit of finesse and like just modifying some things. You can make it really strong. This is what I've done for something completely separate, which is like book related, but I don't want to get too much into that because I actually do use that to make money. But that's kind of the idea of how you can generate really strong prompts for pretty much anything. Okay, so it just spit out its final form. Interesting. Prefix each command with, so here is its final thing, so I can just copy that. Great, I'm gonna just paste it here and hopefully that is good. Nice. Thanks, O3. And we can leave this part off. Okay. Types of interfaces, read-only and comments liberally, structure, functional components only. For global state, discriminated unions over enums, team code only. Use React memo, use callback properly. Private by default, validate everything. LF line endings, no trailing, wait, no trailing white space. LF line endings must use trailing white space. Oh wait, oh no, never mind. No trailing white space is correct. New line at ELF, yeah, that's right. Comments must explain what, why. I should add like comments liberally. Assign variables close to usage, prefer gap over margin. This is pretty damn good. This basically got the essence of everything I wanted. It's just drawing commas, yada yada yada. Use efficient data structures, minimize re-renders. Make simple things simple, complex things possible. Sure. Vibe coding today? Yeah, we just vibe coded our prompt. So how big is this prompt? It's just as big, god damn it. It's just different. It's different. Come on. What the hell, O3? You're supposed to make it simple. It does look smaller, but I don't... How is it still just as big? I don't understand this. 6929. And if I go way back, it's bigger. That doesn't seem useful. What? How did it fail this spectacularly? That's not useful. I think it added a bunch of new things. I don't think I'm gonna use the prompt if it made it bigger. Well, heck. Is there a local instance for Firebase? Yeah, there's like an emulator, but it's a bit scuffed in my opinion, Ronker. Let's see. Yeah, it's just basically done like a full-on change. Some parts are smaller, but I think it added a bunch. So, okay, I have an idea. Let's make a new Scratch file. We'll split it, and we'll paste the new thing. And then what I'll do is I'll revert the change. And then I'm just gonna copy each section that it did smaller. And that way we're not adding any new stuff, and that should help. Howdy, pilot. I think what happened is maybe it got confused because I gave it that example prompt. It probably added all of that information as well. And maybe that's why it's bigger. What undergrad program should you choose? Computer engineering or software engineering? Up to you. Right? Like, come on. Nobody can decide that kind of thing for you. Okay, so commands. Let's take a look here. So that's 791 down from 1627. So that's definitely a lot smaller. Okay, what about code style? 770. That's way smaller. So yeah, it's way smaller. Response rules. That's what happened. Yeah, it added all of the other prompting stuff too. See? You can see it right here. Retain meaningful comments. Implement only explicit yada yada. Summarize after each component. Classify impact. Outline a plan first. So this is the combination of the two prompts. That's why it's bigger. So we're going from 94 to 308. Okay, you know what? That's fine. I like the change there. How about this one? 424. And that is going to be... Oh, wait, what was it before? Yeah, so that's like half the size. So yeah, it's working. It's got like way smaller. You think software engineering fields will shrink due to AI? Okay, so there's this interesting thing with programming. First of all, programming fundamentally changes every like decade or so. Like last decade, we were doing a lot more Java and a lot more C++, things like that. This decade, it seems like it's a lot more TypeScript and JavaScript, whatever, and LLMs. decade or two before that, we were doing like a lot more lower level things. And it's just like each decade it's like constantly fundamentally changing. So the main thing with programming is that you are a problem solver that is constantly learning, but the way that you approach and solve problems, like the actual tools that you're using, change. Howdy, Ace. Now the thing is also, when this happens, when programming becomes easier, we usually find that now we have the ability to approach more problems and solve more things, and so the field grows and we need more software engineers. So is that gonna continue to happen with LLMs? Maybe. I mean, I can't predict the future, but I wouldn't worry too much about it shrinking. Just understand that the way that we code is fundamentally changing, and you have to get with the times, and you have to be like learning how to effectively use LLMs and how to program in the now, right? Like, because it's different than it was 2 years ago. It's completely different. Curly braces for everything. Use function keyword for pure functions. Lowercase directories. This is perfect. This is exactly what I want. So, okay, I think this gets a little bit larger. Yeah, that's fine. Code review performance, optimize for performance. Use of efficient data structures. We don't need the syntax and formatting anymore because that was combined. UI and styling, what do we have there? HTML, I think I already have that information too, so we just delete all that. I don't know why it said this one was bigger. I mean, basically it seems like it's smaller. Yeah, so code review got shorter as well. Oh, that just goes away too. I see. It duplicated everything. It's half the size. Why the hell did it copy it twice? Okay, well, I get it now. Alrighty. It actually made this significantly smaller. Yeah, okay, it's 3,000 characters. I was so confused. I was like, O3 is supposed to be really good for this prompt thing. Why is my thing not getting smaller? It did. It's half the size. Perfect. You think the future for data science and machine learning seems to be better? Well then, do what you enjoy. Within reason. I mean, maybe there's definitely a lot of degrees you can get that are completely worthless. Another thing that's really important, B7777, make sure that you are building things. Don't just go through college and not build anything. If you do, then your degree is basically worthless. Like, you have a great opportunity, especially during college, especially during things like summer vacation and winter break, and on the weekends or whenever you don't have homework or something. Build things, make awesome shit, because that's you've got the perfect time. You've got like 4 years where you don't have to worry too much about other stuff. So build, make things. Do I think at one point it may even become cyclical as old programmers retire and orgs fail to port their code? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Vigo. What do you mean cyclical? Okay, so here is the change. I like it. Nice. I'm so glad that optimized my prompt. Optimize Claude prompt. This optimization was done. Oh, you know what? Let's copy exactly what we had. Optimize the below prompt. Make it as short as possible. Same output as the given prompt. Okay, we're gonna make a new prompt thing. So I have a folder that I've just been working on of all of my prompts. So I've got, for example, you've got the prompts for different LLMs. So for example, here's the Sonnet Claude prompts. Where did that move to? Here it is. So this is Claude 3.7's prompt. And I got this from Plenius on Twitter. I found that very, very helpful. And here's supposedly the V0 system prompt. But the CEO or something came out and said that this was not, in fact, the V0 prompt, so I don't know if you believe it or not. Where'd I go to college? Baylor University. If there's anything else that you'd like to know, such as like my birthday and the time I was born, or my social security number, or anything else like that, just let me know. I'd be glad to provide that for you. Is 4.5 worth? Yeah, I like it a lot, especially if you want like really good writing and text, like green text or whatever. I find it to be like the funniest LLM, and it's really strong, but it requires the right prompts. You used to go to Baylor? Really? Baylor University in Waco. Awesome. Yeah, I went there. I didn't graduate. I dropped out my senior year because of the lawsuit, but that's where I went. Alrighty. So we want to stick this. We got better bug fixes, crush the competition. What the hell is crush the competition? Oh, it's literally about crushing the competition. Okay, awesome. So let's do this. Let's stick it under LLM. And I'm just going to call this optimization, or prompt optimization. So we're going to specify the model used for this is ChatGPT Deep Research 03. Howdy, Merritt. Oh, you need my SSN to fix my computer. Oh yeah, for sure thing. It's a number. Have I seen the new China quantum computer on Twitter? No, I haven't. China's been killing it with LLM stuff though. Okay, what else do we have? Okay, so before and after. Let's just copy this whole thing here. I'll just copy that, and that's prompt 2. There we go. Can you link it? Yeah, go for it. Okay, we'll just not save that one. Wear a hat? Sure thing. Which one? What is this? Zujojingxi. 1,000,000 times faster than Google supercomputer. Well, I mean, isn't it just exponential with the way these things are? So like, if you get like a few more qubits, a random hat? Okay. Whichever one's closest to the green screen. Come on, Pikachu again? Alrighty. Can it run Crisis? Should I post that Galahad? Alrighty. We'll upvote that. Appreciate it, thank you. This optimization was done with GPT. We'll just copy the prompt that we used. The following prompts. How many Baylor girls does it take to screw in a light bulb? I don't know, Beef, how many? Oh, this was right. We did the MVP badge thing, and it was perfect. I didn't see anything that needed changing. This code is fine. One just holds it and the world revolves. Okay. Appreciate it, Beef. So then we'll just comment or commit this as soon as I can. Yeah, of course. So okay, adds MVP badge to profile page. A new AI agent better than DeepSeek got re-released. It was in the comments of that post. No, I didn't, Dark Sky. Wait, where do you see that? Manus? Oh, yeah, I saw this Twitter bot thing. I mean, if you look at the screenshot, this very much looks like a Twitter bot. See, you've got like Twitter, 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 Twitter. Literally everything here is just interacting with Twitter in some way. So to me, this looks like a Twitter bot. Whether it's for building up accounts to get followers or something else. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what this looks like to me. There's also some wild models for videos coming out. This is crazy. Is this AI? Like, a lot of these are pretty short, but that first one was long. I don't know if that was all AI or not. Some of the models coming out for this are really good. Like, Hunwan is pretty decent, and there's like a Wan or something, which is even better. But this looks really nice too. Might be better? I'm not sure. Very, very cool. They show the cool stuff, but then like when you try it, like it's very hand-picked. Yeah. There's a reason I don't really spend a lot of time building videos and art and stuff. Is it's basically just more art. It still takes a lot of time. You've got to like have an eye for it, and you got to like spend a lot of time improving it. Kind of like the way it is for LLMs with code. You will have juniors who are now able to create pretty cool things, but you still need some experience to really make it awesome. Okay, so we've got the MVP badge. Let's add the little thingamabobber here. Just show like a dialogue with all the jazz inside of it. Not 100% sure how I want this to look. So I want to kind of reinitialize this MVP thing, or this Claude thing. So let's pop it open again and add a button just above the game stat cards on the profile. Top right of the cards. When clicked, it should open a dialog showing game stats for every game is sorted by game name. I can sort by game name or I can sort by game ID, but it needs to be consistent. How about game ID order from game IDs with accounts always coming first. Okay. Have I seen the Mercury LLM that uses diffusion to make code 10x faster and cheaper? What? No, I haven't, Dark Sky. I imagine there must be like a lot that we can do for compression and stuff with LLMs and whatnot. Okay. Cool, so it also shows the MVP thing, and I'm guessing that this is correct, so if I go to Hyper Ice, it will not have MVP because Hyper does not have MVP. And it works perfectly. Awesome. I also need to work on the back end. Some of the information here is not quite right. So I want to get profile, I believe, is one of the server actions. Here it is. Great. I need to fix the high scores that it returns. Howdy, Emily. How's it going? Now, I suspect that Claude is not going to be very good here. So we need to rewrite this to be on the server. We need to rewrite this ourselves. Because I don't think Claude's going to do a good job at this. So we're looking at for high scores. And let's scan all of the different keys. And I want dynamite. How many push-ups have I done today? 0 so far. Commercial grade diffusion LLM? Diffusion LLM? Course defined, wait, what? Diffusion is faster, that's cool. Output speed, so it's way faster. But I really care more about the quality. So it seems like it's just much, much faster. Interesting. I could just make up a number. Yeah, I've done 64,209 push-ups today. Is that believable? It's sus. Oh, come on. They're not gonna believe that. They might. Show biceps. Look at that. Super big, squishy bicep. Now you believe it? Basically One Punch Man. Okay, let's see. We got thieving in here. Okay, we need game datas. So game ID, game data, get game datas, because that's going to give me all of the game datas. Which really only works for now. Well, that's not right at all. That's closer, but also very not right. So it's going to be high scores colon game ID colon, and then the type, and then colon all time. So I've got elo, exp, public games played. The double biceps real quick, sure thing. Oh yeah, I'm packing. Or whatever the word phrasing is. Okay, so we got all those, and then const high score of, I think it's object.keys and data.highscores, and we don't have high scores because, of course not. Why don't I just change this get game datas to return, let's see. I'll just change it, whatever, this is fine. Translate coding into muscles. Okay. High score. I think this is what I want. This is perfect. Okay, so now we have all of the high scores that matter for the player. So that's gonna query all high scores. So all of this changes. You like my hat? Thanks. Thanks, not you. Let's see, how is Claude going? What are we up to? What did we make it do? Add a button just above the game stats card. Okay, did it do a good job or no? See, like, Funi is big enough that, oh shit, look at that. And it's ordered incorrectly. Because I don't want it to show thieving. I only wanted to show games. But you know what? That's a start. Overflow is weird here. Okay, so we gotta touch some things up. But you can kind of see, like, not bad. Right? I didn't have to think about it. That worked really well. I'm gonna change this up a little bit because there's a bit of extra space, you know, like we can push that up a little. Maybe make this like not take up some space, you know, we can rearrange it just a little bit there, but not too bad. Yeah, I think just in general, we'll just push it on up. How about, does it need to say view all game stats? Can I make that shorter, make it like view all instead? And that way it'll work well here. I gotta do something with this, oh yeah, we gotta center the avatar at this size so that it looks better. And then I also need it so that when I refresh, it doesn't push everything down on MVP, because you see how it pushes it down right now? It should just be like a blank spot there. So we'll change that up a little bit. But it's a start. So much attention to detail. That is what separates someone who just vibe codes from someone who is trying to build like a project that's gonna span like 5-10 years or more and is just trying to have a certain level of polish to it. I'm not saying one way is better or not, right? Like Levels.io's approach of just vibe code and like get a whole bunch done really fast and ship even if it's not great is working better than Funi. He has made far more money and has less users than Funi. So whatever the hell he's doing is working really, really well. But just in general, I kind of have like a certain care, you know, for doing these things, bobbers. Okay, so now that has to be exported because it's used in here. Pretty damn good. Claude is killing it. I need to add advertising clouds to Funi. I think I do. I think that's the key. Use cached call, get profile. Very nice. Very, very nice. All game stats dialog. I'm kind of worried that this is gonna call it twice. You're more on my side? Oh, thanks. Casa, appreciate it. Game IDs and accounts. Sure. That works fine. Good calls. That's really good. Man, it's killing it. Except it doesn't have the rule about all public functions must have a comment explaining what they do. Because I see all game stats dialogue and I'm like, I know exactly what it means. Oh, fine. It doesn't matter. It's good enough. What else do we have here? All game stats dialogue. Button to show all game stats dialogue. Z10. Yep. Handle open all game stats. That works. Set is all game stats. How's that work? On close. I think that code is fine. Streaming counts as commenting? Yeah, if I can just go back to one of my VODs on YouTube and be like, oh, that's what the context was. I do this out of love? I do. It brings me joy. It's not the thing that makes the most money, but I enjoy this. No need for comments anymore? There's still kind of a need. Okay, yeah, you know, I think I'm pretty happy with it. Just kind of one-shot the thing. I'm pretty happy with this. Let's clean it up slightly, and then we'll push it live, because I love this. I don't have to actually code. This is great. So okay, that was all game stats dialogue. And of course, IntelliJ doesn't know about this yet, so let's just reload from disk. Perfect. And while we do that, let's go over here and figure out how to fix the thing. Dialog. So this dialog, I believe, is the one that needs overflow y auto. Perfect. That's exactly what I needed. So that is on dialog thing. So that must be all game sets dialog. Then I come down here. Full width. Why is this deprecated? What? Okay. We'll just delete that then. We vibin'? We vibin'. Oh, that's right! We added in a new type of dialogue I completely forgot about. I wonder what the other dialogue is like. Because I remember I have two dialogues. I've got this one, and then I have like the new dialogue, and I don't remember what we called it. Where did we use it? It's like minimum dialogue. It's not modern dialogue. It's some kind of a dialogue. I don't remember where it is. I think it's in this folder. I don't see it. Unless it's just in the same. Ah, that's the one. Okay, I wanted to see what this looks like. Minimum dialogue. Minimum words. Minimal. Does this work? And what does this look like? Is this the one that shows like... Oh, that's a bit funky looking. Kind of. The problem is this would be fine if it was blurred. And why is this like semi-transparent? Oh, I didn't realize it was transparent. Oh, that makes sense. That's why it's so bright. Because it's transparent and it doesn't have a background on it and I didn't know. This makes sense now. Okay. So, first off, this part makes me a little sad because I would love to just do backdrop filter, blur. Like that. Wouldn't that be cool as hell? But unfortunately that kills performance. Like, that's cool. And then it'll just magically work, right? Like, man, that would be so cool. Too bad the performance is shit. But I can always do a fake background. So we're gonna pair it with a fake background. What if we just get a new fake background and we just say, hey, this is gonna be our fake background. Let's try that. I'm making another fake background. So this is a trick. If you want this nice looking backdrop filter where it's like super duper cool and it's like, man, that's so cool, but like you don't want it to be expensive, this trick is for you. So what you do is you say opacity 0. Oh gosh, heck, okay, hold on. I got this. Okay. Opacity 0. Right? You kind of see where I'm going with this? And now we copy this thing and we're just gonna make a thing here. So we're gonna go to our favorite image editor, Photopea, because this is the best one that exists. They deleted uBlock origin. SMH. Delete that. Let's just new. Paste. Okay. Oh yeah, check this out. So I want to show y'all this. And I want y'all to tell me if you can identify when uBlock origin got removed from Chrome. Okay, so yeah, and then we'll just delete that part. Okay. You only heard about Edge, not Chrome? Oh, maybe it, I don't know. But I saw something really strange. See how much higher it is here? Like 103, 110, 103. And you compare it to like last week. That is sus. That's very suspicious. So something happened. And I think maybe this is uBlock origin related or something. I'm not 100% sure. Odd thing is the impressions aren't higher, so why the hell is the earnings so much higher? I don't know. What is New Zealand currency? It is a fake money, but I don't know. I think they use it for a sheep or something. All right, let's see. And then we're gonna crop to that. And let's just crop slightly here too. How do I just want like almost that, but just not quite. God damn it. Why has this gotta be so hard? I don't know how to do this. Oh, that's basically how. Okay, yeah, that's great. Except that it's like too many pixels. I want it just. Oh heck. Okay, fine. Whatever. You know what? That's gonna do it. That'll work. And we'll crop it, and now it's happy. And now we'll take it, and we're not gonna export it because why use big image when small image do trick? So we're gonna take this and we're gonna make it tinier. Like 50% the size. What? 50% size, please. Thank you. Wait, no, wrong thing. Image size. So we're at 1800. Is 900 enough, or should we go smaller? That's probably fine, right? And then we're going to export this as a JPEG. And we don't care too much about quality. It really does not matter. I just care about file size. And yes, I know I'm saving it as a JPEG, but that's because it's 8 kilobytes. Look how tiny this is. Great, it's beautiful. Awesome. Wow, amazing. Honestly, that's kind of ugly. Maybe we should have it slightly higher quality. How about like 88%? How big is that? Yeah, we're doing that. It's just a slight big. Okay. And we'll stick it on over here. This is my secret for backdrop filter on Funi. It makes it just stupid small in comparison. And I love it. And I really wish that we had a better solution for taking snapshots so that we could get nice background blurs without performance. BG blur profile. Beautiful. Now we just come on over here and we just generate a whole bunch of images. Oh, by the way, today is the last stream until I get back from Japan. So until next month, this is the last stream. But it's okay because I will still be on the Twitters. So if y'all just let me know what kind of stuff you want to see, I will still be posting articles on Twitter as an alternative to Twitch. So yeah, let me know what you want to see. You're not on the Twitters? That's alright, Beef. I'll be back before you know it. Blue Sky only? Yeah, I'm not gonna be on Blue Sky. They don't have grok. You wanna see the Muscle Girl bar? I wanna see the Muscle Girl bar too, Beef. I wanna see that. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna put that on the trip. Muscle Girl bar. Muscle Girl bar. Must do this. Okay. It's on my trip. Film it? I don't have a camera. I don't have a good camera. I'm not gonna have one in time. Film her slapping my face? Oh man, I'm gonna have to like record it on an iPhone. I guess it'll have to be good enough and we'll have to... Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do that. Film her slapping my face. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Must get a video of muscle girls slapping my face. Thanks, y'all. Thanks. Appreciate it. What a pal. Show up on Friday or Saturday night? Okay. Friday, Saturday night, they live stream on Twitch. Alrighty. I guess I'll post about it on Twitter before I do it. And if they're live streaming it, maybe you can... I don't know, maybe I won't. We'll see. But I'll get a video. Just slap a Japanese business dude? We're not slapping people. Come on. I'm not a slapper. I should arm wrestle one of them? They're gonna destroy me. They actually work out, Emily. They're gonna destroy... Okay, I will do it. I'll do it, okay? For content. It's their culture. Oh my god. It's gonna... It'll be fun. I better do more push-ups before I get there. Show them my abs? It's gonna be unhinged. It's gonna be unhinged. Okay. What is this all game set style and why is this here? We don't need loaded if it's there. Okay. Prepare me for the challenge with push-ups. Oh my god. What have I signed myself up to? So now we want this thing over here. So I guess this is gonna be just like if it's open. And then we want that to be in the background, so we place it first. This is gonna be... What was the thing called? BG Blur Profile? My 1-2 combo? Oh man. Okay, here we go. And move some more stuff out of the way. Oh yeah, by the way. Goonie shirt. Wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, it is sit-ups, leg raises. Why is it not push-ups? Jeez, that's a lot of push-ups. Or sit-ups. I can't even talk. Oh. You feel like 5k acorns is too little? Oh no. Alrighty. Now show the left hook. Okay, come on. Oh, what, like this? I mean, I'm not a violent person. Like something like that? Okay, anyways. So let's see, what are we at so far for this Firefox thingy? Okay, I don't see it. I see background blur, but I don't actually... It's as if the image didn't load. What? BG blur profile. Oh, maybe it's because it's in design. It doesn't copy JPEGs. I don't think I ever added support for that, so I think I have to do that manually. That's what it is. Should work now. Perfect. Now, the background is above. Why the hell is it above? Alright, so we got all of our happy stuff, but then for some reason, Z1300. And what the hell is the Z of this one? 1599. What the hell? Let's try 1299 and see if that's better. Can you make a single page game based on Japanese businessman slapper? The result was weird. It's, you know, you gotta just do what works. Okay. That almost looks like I can't even tell there's a background. It's so dark. Is there like an opacity on this thing? Like, why is it so hard to see that? It's nowhere near that bright. Oh, because there's a thingy on the thing. There's a thing on the thing. Okay. I need no backgrounds. BG none. Let's try that. Heck. You need a sandbag rename? Maybe. Y'all are just trying to make me violent, I tell ya. Okay, so there's a background on there. Why is there a background on the thingamabobberdoodle? Okay, this thingy. And then that's the dialogue, and then I need the portal. Class's roots goes on portal, but so does class name. Is that not... What the hey heck? BG none. Oh wait a minute, there's minimal dialogue. Maybe that's why? It's right there. It should work. BG none. Definitely a thing. We'll just add some random thing there and see what happened. A little excited about Japan. I mean, it's Japan, okay. They have anime there. What's the percent audience of what's the percent of my audience that's programmers? Probably like 95%. Okay, so yeah, it's got BG none, but it's also got BG default. What the hell? Oh, I need BG transparent. BG nuns for images. That's better. That's what I wanted. There we go. Okay, great. Perfect. Okay, y'all gonna start making me speak Japanese here. Sore wa kanpeki da! Or something. Like, come on. Anyways. I think that's what I want. Oh, it doesn't. It gets funky donkey here. And I think that's just because of this opacity 0 thing, so let's remove that. Perfect. And now I need the overflow auto. What kind of food do I want to try there? I really want a kaiseki. So if you don't know, kaiseki is kind of like the chef knows best, and it's seasonal. Omakase is like the chef knows best or whatever, but kanpeki is, or not kanpeki, kaiseki is like an omakase where it's like they'll bring you dish after dish, and it's seasonal, so based on like the season it's prepared differently, and it's prepared with like a lot of like love and care. So I'm really excited to try that when I get there. And then obviously sushi, right? And then I want to do this tea ceremony. So there's like geisha and whatever, and like they'll do this tea ceremony with like green tea, and there's like a whole thing. They've got like certain whisks and things, and like a certain presentation for it or whatever, and it's like very ceremonial. I want to try that. And obviously I want to do the muscle girl thing. So it's like an all you can eat. No, it's not a buffet. They bring you out the courses. It's like an omakase. There we go. Now we've got the thingy mabobber scrolly, and it's like perfect, and that's what I want. Except that the ordering here seems to be based on not very good. The ordering is not very good, but hey, that's pretty close to what I want. Love it. Instead of it saying all game stats, I almost wanted to say the person's name. Acorn's game stats. Will I take this hat with me to Japan? Probably not. Probably not. I've been to Japan once before. Did I make reservations for it? Yeah. The one I'm going to is a very fancy one. Should limit what I pack so that I can get like Pokemon cards and other valuable goods, like manga and all sorts of fun things. Maybe. We'll see. This hat here that I'm wearing is actually from Japan. Yeah, I'll pack like 2 t-shirts and maybe a change of... Well, I'll pack a little bit, okay? I'm gonna bring more than that. Come on, I'm not a complete degenerate. Howdy, Schmutz. How's it going? Can I bring you a t-shirt? You gotta get like a Funi t-shirt. I mean, you can't get this yet, I'm sorry. I haven't released a Spotify thing because it costs monthly, and I gotta make sure that I'm gonna be able to make enough money before I can do merch. So, I know some of y'all want merch, and I want to give merch, but there's a minimum cost each month for Shopify. So, until Funi makes more money from its like gem sales and things like that, I'm not gonna do merch, but eventually. Yeah, I want it to say not all game stats. slot it into Xsola? Yeah? Okay, I might do that. Yeah, yeah, I'll set it up. That's a good call. Chat always has like the best ideas. I almost feel like if I just hook up y'all to an LLM or something, you would probably run Thuni better than me. I mean, it might also be a disaster. I wonder if I could do that, if I could set that up somehow. But anyways. What if I bring souvenirs for stream giveaways? Maybe. I have to do it where I don't leak my address, right? I think it's called omiyage. Is that the right word? For souvenir? Omiyage? Yeah, souvenir. Okay, so let's see. Where is, oh there it is, title all game stats. Let's call it, I want username. I don't have a username here, do I? No, I don't. No, it's not that, come on. Profile public. And if it's not that, get default username. Is last stream a 12-hour stream? No, it'll be a shorter stream today, Axel. I have a lot of packing to do, and I need to just make sure everything is ready for Japan. Alrighty. So I want profile public. And then this is going to be profile public. And if not, it defaults their name, I think. Yeah. Pass this ready on there. Perfect. That's kind of wild how fast LLMs are at coding. So is loaded. If it is loaded, then username else stats. Kind of. I want it to be like that. I kind of don't. I can want it to be like game stats. I should call it game stats otherwise. Let's see if that's good. Cool. Now it says my name, game stats. Which is kind of okay, except that we have some games in here that shouldn't be in there, and the sorting is a little bit funky. So let's improve that real quick. So game ids, where's game ids? Oh, it's all game ids. Let's not do that one. Const game ids. For const game id game data. Given the number of times I do this object entries thing, I should really just get game data in like a separate way and store it once, and then I don't have to do all this expensive stuff all the heckin' time. Howdy Elnair, how's it going? And then get game datas. That will have account. So I can just start it off with account and then we're good. So if game data dot type, it doesn't have that because it's not as game, because it's typed a little bit too specifically, which isn't something else. This pattern is dumb, but it's fine. Okay, so now I have all of the game IDs I actually do care about. Let's refresh this again. Except that the ordering is funky. Ah, what the hell? Oh, right, it defaults to game. You'll use my code and give it another try? What do you mean, Sonic? Oh, Ruby mine as in like for JetBrains. Yeah, so the way that I do it is I have JetBrains or something on running in Windows. I've tried running it inside of the VM itself, like inside of Ubuntu, but I prefer not doing that. But it works fine. It's not 100% perfect, but it should be fine. Okay, so now the order is based on what I care about. The most important games are first. Nice. You're still waiting for the Octavio change. Y'all really want Octavio, don't you? Okay, let me do a poll. Banker, Octavio, Bulba. You know what? Just for this, I'm putting Bulba first. Just because that way, if Octavio still wins, that means y'all really want Octavio. Okay, vote for which banker you prefer. If you don't know what this poll is about, if you go to Funi, I changed the banker to Bulba. High prices poll already won. I know, I just want to double check and confirm that this is the right choice. So this is Bulba, and before it was Octavio. Let me show you what Octavio looks like. If we go here to design, images, our sites. Can you come up with a new name for Bulba? You can, if you offer a suggestion. Blinking Bulba rules. I like Blinking Bulba, yeah. It was actually done by AI, and it actually came out pretty okay. And Octavio is here, which is a bit low detail. This one's Octavio. Interesting, it's tied. Octavio fancy AF? Yeah, he's very fancy. And I might get like a higher resolution image of Octavio at some point. Reminds me of Mr. Monopoly. Yeah, he makes a good banker, so I might change him back. Okay, so that's what I wanted for that. Let's get that commit in real fast. He looks a lot more elegant. Okay, I'll take one of these votes and I'll have it for Octavio for you, Elner. Here, I'll vote myself, and that'll count as yours. And I think all this is good. Very happy with this code. View all teams. Stats button to profile. Ender Pigeon is your Foonie account? Oh, okay. You should sign up, Alnair. Get a real username. Alrighty. Octavio wins. Fine. Y'all have spoken, both here and on the Foonie Discord. I will put it back to Octavio. We'll find another place for Bulba. Okay, so now it's like I want to remove the margin here. That might actually just be enough. Oh, shoot, heck. Whoops. That ain't supposed to happen. Oh, what? Not oh. Duh. Oops. My bad. I broke it. I broke Foonie. Sorry. Pointer events and not. Yeah, there we go. It's not even the LLM like vibe coding that breaks it. It's just me. I would just break it. Fix Foonie profile on mobile. Oopsie. Okay, so MB6. It must be not this one. It must be this one. We don't want MB6 on that anymore. Boom. Easy fix. Refresh and done. Perfect. Nice. I really like this MVP thing there. I love it. Reduce height of profile slightly. Why did I fire myself from Google? Why did I quit Google? There is a video for that, Alnair. Check it out. It's on my YouTube. So yeah, check my YouTube for the latest video. It's why I left Google. It goes into detail. And videos are helpful. I don't have to repeat myself over and over if I make a video. Very, very helpful. Okay, so now I need a promises thing. How does this work? So it does a query thingy and then it pushes into the result game ID. So that's what we care about. What programming language should I learn? I am making a video thingy on that too. What kind of keyboard is that? Yeah, okay. Oh my god. Fine, I'll have to make a video on that as well because people keep asking about my freaking keyboard. Gosh heckin' darn it. For a second there, Beef, I thought you were being serious. I was like, bruh, you've been here for a while. You know these things. Okay, so now it's user ID and then it's high scores. Which I think is basically goods. That's a string list thingy and it's not happy because it's not a... Gosh heckin' darn it. As-any. I'm as-anying this. Ascending hashes. I literally don't know. Oh, I need to know which ones are ascending, don't I? Fine. Ascending. High scores. I'll just make a list. It makes my life easier. So then it's high score, ascending of object entries. the hell is this? Dar. It's got a label and a dar. High score. Let's just do key value. It works. If value is ascending. That's not value ascending, it's value dot ask. Then ascending high scores. Perfect. If you find anyone like that on there, just report it to like one of the admins or something, and we'll check. That's one of the issues with Funi, right? Is because we have such like a large audience. Some people are bad actors, and we just got to make sure that they're not in the community. Alright, so now we have a list of all of those things. And that's going to be results, const high scores results. And now I gotta do thingies with this. Console.log. Let's just kind of see what we got going on here. So far, so good? Good. That is what I like to hear. Oh, one of those artist people? Yeah, I don't like that question on Funi where people ask like what people's age is. I don't think that's an appropriate question to be asking. Basically, I don't like any question about personal info. Alrighty. So now, when I fetch, I should have a bunch of information. Wow, that's a lot of info. One of these, perfect. We have rank information as well. High scores, pool elo. But this doesn't make any sense. My score is null. It must not include high scores colon. I think that's what it is. I think it doesn't have this part in it. So it must be this instead. Let's restart the server. Some people touch for like 50 plus? Dang. I'm pretty lucky. Only like a few people say that I'm like 50 plus, and they're joking, I hope. But anyhow. Alright, now we have rank and score. Oh, this is fantastic! We have the rank and the score, I love it. One of these games, they don't have anything. Elo, oh yeah, this all makes perfect sense. Howdy, Kay. So yeah, let's just do rank and score. And do we put score as a number or do we leave it as a string? Is score always like, does it ever make sense for it to be a string? I feel like it doesn't. Alnair, don't. If you say that, I'm gonna have to like ban your account for chatting. You're lucky I don't know what your account is right now. Otherwise, I would ban you from chatting for on Funi. Funi is only for people 13 plus. Alright, let's see. So what do I want to do here? I can take this off now. What does that do? What does what do? Oh, this high score thing? It's gonna allow me to show people's ranks. Oh, no, there's this thing called Kappa beef, and basically you can't allow people of a certain age on sites for, like, if they've got, like, social things and stuff on them, right? They're not allowed to, like, chat or whatever. I don't know the exact rules. So you have to be 13 plus to sign up on Phony. Alright, so now we have a result, and I think I just want to return the results, actually. And it's a list with all of that info. I mean, I could convert it into an object. I don't think it needs to stay a list. So object.fromEntries. Can this return null? How does that work? Wait a minute, this doesn't make a lot of sense. This doesn't make sense. So it has a result, it returns a result, but it seems as if the result is already an object, so then how does it make any sense that when I logged it, my logs were in a different format? What if I debug this? Maybe that'll give me some insight into what the heck is going on here. Waiting for the thing to come up. You know, this will reduce my costs too, because this means a lot less Firestore queries. Perfect. It is an object. Okay, I'm not taking crazy pills after all. It's in the perfect format to just return it as is. I love it. Great. Okay, easy. Problem solved. So that means I can just return the results. Do I ever do any high-level consulting? Sometimes. Not much. Take care, Galahad. Look at that! Look how much simpler this all is. It's like one line of code now. Let's just return. Oh my god. It's one line of code. Look, wow. Oh, this goes away too. Huh. So now, how many times is this actually called? It's only called once. Huh. Interesting. I could even just inline it here. What's the Funi support email get me? Yeah, that would work. Or you can message me on Discord, that also works. Okay, this is perfect. I could even just throw it in here and call it a day. So now this would just be data.userID. It's almost the same length. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna do that. Okay, the type here is different though. What's the difference between optimistic updates and projected updates? I don't know, GSouts. That's a question for an LLM. So now high scores is going to be slightly different here. So it's not a promise, it's a partial. Cache it in game id or account. That should be what I want, I hope. Now that might be too complicated, but it looks simple enough. Yeah, that should be fine. Perfect. This high score should be very happy. Why is it not very happy? Partial type has not partial type. Come on. Ah, wait. Which one of... Okay, it's supposed to be the thingy, fancy thingy. Okay. That is get profile result. This is not game ID or account. That's where I messed up. T extends this thing. That might be a little bit too fancy, maybe. Hopefully this is fine. Game ID or account, colon. It's not that either, it's more complicated. I could just say string. Or I'd be like, well, we know it's a game ID or accounts colon string. That might be too complicated for TS-JSON schema generator. This might be too much. Let's see if it still builds, and if it doesn't build, then we'll simplify the type. Oh wait, this isn't gonna build because... Why? That should be happy. JetBrains froze. Cool. I broke it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Typo in Word, yeah, whatever. Okay, cool, now that works, and then I can simplify this even more. Are async operations mainly used for I/O, network calls, anything that takes a while? Yeah. You got it. Now, yeah, pretty much. I was gonna say, well, what if you've got like some long-running compute-intensive task? Typically, you're also gonna do like an async call. What I do in a lot of cases there is I'll actually move it off to a separate service, because when you're dealing with JavaScript specifically, it's very single-threaded, so you don't want to be having a lot of work on the main thread. And the model for programming in JavaScript is do as little work on the main thread as possible, but it makes it really simple. You don't have to think about like race conditions and stuff. And then you'll have like separate services or whatever. Or, I mean, I guess you could do worker threads too, potentially. And they'll do like a lot of the heavy work. So on Funi, I'll have things like I've got a pool service, which is for the physics logic for pool, which is pretty expensive. And that's completely separate. And I'll have like a chess service for chess AI. Anything that's expensive, I just have like a service for it. Alright, so it looks like it builds just fine, which is great. So now what that means is all of my areas where I get profile are now broken. So I need to come up with fixes. There's two ways I can do this. I can either do it myself or I can try to vibe code this and maybe it will work. But I'm not 100% on that. Let's take a look here. What do we have? This game profile card has things. So really all we did is we changed high scores. We didn't have high score information before, actually. So I think this part's a little different now. What LLM setup do I use for vibe coding? That's a really good question, Hungry, and I should definitely make a video on it. Let me put a to-do on this. It'll either be a video or an article. I'll start with a Twitter article and then I'll expand it to a video if there's enough interest. What LLM setup do I use for vibe coding? But the setup that I use is actually IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate, which is strange because most people who vibe code will use Cursor. And the reason that I use this setup instead of Cursor is because Funi is 150,000 lines of code. I need an IDE that lets me do text editing very fast and efficiently, and I need something that's very powerful and can do like useful debugging and doesn't require a lot of setup. And then for vibe coding, I have this prompt here. So I started off with basically all of my requirements, and then I fed this into GPT. I used O3, which if you use deep research, you can make it work so that you get the power of O3. It's kind of one of those like lesser known secrets. And I had that create this prompt based off of an example prompt for like prompt minification before. This reduces the cost when you're using Claude. And I have an example prompt to do prompt optimization here. I will release this as an article, so pay attention. I'll post this on my Twitter probably in the next few days to kind of go over all that jazz. Because I've got some time when I'm on the flight, so I can maybe crank out a couple articles. And I'll include the prompts, I'll include the way that I create a prompt, and I'll include like my setup for like how I go about vibe coding. Yeah, I use Claude Code, I don't use Cursor, so this is enough for me. What about those who don't use Twitter? I will make a YouTube video based off of that, but you're gonna have to wait for the YouTube video because I can't record videos while I'm away. So I won't have time until I get back to record and release that video. And then that should cover the bases. You either got Twitter or you got a video format. Come on. What more do you want? What's my favorite place to vacation? Japan. Is there somewhere I haven't been that I want to go? South Korea. Okay. No LinkedIn post. I'm sorry, I'm not a boomer. Okay. I'm not on LinkedIn. Oh, this is based on each individual high score. Oh, like all of them. Okay. So it's based on block colon string. So this is gonna be like game ID colon. I don't know what the thing is for this one. I don't think I actually have a high score for that. I don't. Oh, times played. Oh, that's public games played. No MySpace post? Come on. You wouldn't... Actually. People don't actually use MySpace these days, do they? There. Need a newsletter post? I need to just... One of these days, I'm just gonna vibe code my site. Maybe I'll spend like a day or two just vibe code the whole damn thing. And then we'll have something. Okay, what else do we have? So we have time played, which is a little busted, but sure. Medal counts, those are fine. Elo and rank and all that jazz. I want rank. Rank equals close, but this is actually going to be EXP all-time rank. Okay, I don't know where I want to stick the rank yet, but we do have it. Okay, let's see what we got going so far. So it should load again. I don't think there's any more bugs. There's more bugs. Okay. Failed to connect to all game servers. Oh, maybe I should start the server. That might help. EMS Usenet? I never really got into it, but I think it was really good for torrenting things, right? You saw my infra setup on Twitter? Nice one, Tobias. Do I handle all of my game state in Redis or in memory? In memory. So during deployments I have two. I've got a green and a blue cluster, and I switch between them. I also miss when we had forums for everything, because nowadays everything is centralized on Discord, and I really liked that before. Google was very useful because it would surface a lot of things on forums and you could see all sorts of things, and forums were fun. Alright. In one sec, how fast? You guess Reddit replaced forums? Yeah, Reddit replaced forums and then Discord replaced Reddit. Check it out. Now we have the same information, just it's same but different. Why does it say? Oh right, yeah, because I don't play public games. Account being at 0 is dumb. That's dumb. Maybe instead of games, I can have it say rank. I think I want it to be rank. Let's do rank. I think rank matters more. Gee, I want trophy or something. But do I want trophy? Because I use trophy for high scores. Or for... No, I want, stat thingy. Where it's like up at chart. Yeah, chart. Chart. Kind of, maybe... Chart. and it will be localized rank. Damn. Okay, so now if I go here and I check out the profile of the most insanely cracked player, it's off by 1. Jigsaw puzzle. Okay, so Jigsaw, if we go to Jigsaw, I guess they're rank 2. Yeah, okay, off by 1. It's 0 based. Curses. Programming is okay. This is +1. Rank greater than equal to 0. If so, else unranked. I got a lot done today. I've barely done anything today, Beef. Okay, there we go. Rank 1. That's crazy. Maybe if you're rank 1, 2, or 3, it should be like gold, silver, bronze, but I don't really know what I want for the look of that. So let's change it. Man, look at that. Ranks 1, 2, rank 10. Low rank in chess. Oh, this is so good. Oh, I love this. That was the right call. Rank is so much cooler than game. Lua tables start at 1. Every time I see that meme of like, you know, like she counts from 1, he counts from 0 because he's a programmer and they never meet because they were sat at the wrong table or something. I think, well, she was just using Lua and he was using a sane programming language. They're both programmers. She just is really into Lua. You're really into Lua? It's okay, Funi has Lua. We use Redis. Okay, now, in order to make this adjustment, I think what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to deploy the server first. And yeah, let's do that, let's do that. I don't think I ever use the high scores for anything. Let's double check, let's make sure this stuff builds, because if I broke the build, then yeesh. Do people use Lua outside of NeoVim configs? They do. They do. If they use Redis, they use Lua. So I use Lua extensively. So if I look at Lua, get matched players. So here's Lua for matchmaking. It uses a nice sorted set and some other stuff. I love Redis. And then we have get high scores for a user. So this is, the code is very simple. You can see here it uses a sorted set. That's what Z stands for, sorted set, because of the Z in sorted set. I don't know why it's a Z, but it is. Just about any game mod. Yeah, if you do World of Warcraft add-ons, that's in Lua. So for example, if you, let me see. Hold on, I want to find this. Let's see, if I look at one of the things from, okay, when I messaged Nate, I can show you some fun stuff, I think. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Just scroll up. Here it is. The way this works. Okay, so it's at World of Warcraft. Okay, so we'll just paste this. I think it's in my E drive. Yeah, so then this is under Guide Loader. I'm just gonna pop this on open real quick here. Alright. So here's the power of programming. So, y'all ever hear about REST at XP? Well, we're gonna do some reverse engineering learning here real quick. So, I probably should have opened this in JetBrains instead. Hold on, let me pop this on open in JetBrains so it's more useful. Yeah, that's perfect. Great. Yes. Okay. Let's go to guide loader. Lua. Alrighty. Now. Let's see. So we're looking for deserialized table. This thing. Rusted XP the mod? Yeah, Rusted XP, this mod. This one here. Do you know how this works under the hood? What it does is it calls a function called bnet something, and oh, I think I have a yeah, bnet info. So you'll see this in a few places. Bnet info. Wait, I got this open in VS Code. I don't want this in VS Code. I want this in JetBrains. JetBrains is more useful. I didn't close it, did I? What the hell happened to it? Hold on. Technical difficulties. Open. Paste. Okay. bnet info. Why is it still indexing? It's a single folder. It should be like immediately done. What? I know there's bnet info in here. Okay, what if I look at 66, 78? Where is this? Addon.base is defined as... What the hell is it defined? Guide loader. Addon.game. I know it's somewhere in here. Control Shift F wasn't working. It's been so long since I reverse engineered this thing. Did I do a bunch of leak code back in the days before I entered the Matrix? No, I used to just hack video games. Okay. So I did like a lot of reverse engineering with assembly and stuff, and I sucked at it. Like, I know people who are amazing at IDA Pro, but I never understood IDA. That was confusing for me. But I was decent at Cheat Engine. So I know the people who are very talented, even though I myself am not at that level. But what I wanted to show was this part where it goes _G, add-on to serialized table, addon.base. Yeah, you see it here? Check this out. This is what I wanted to show y'all. These numbers. Do you know what these numbers are on the ASCII table? bnet info. Do you know why it's obfuscated like this? It's because this is the way it's bnet. I can't count, but it's supposed to be bnet info. bnet. Oh, wait, what? bnet. That doesn't make a lot of... No, that doesn't make sense. Where is the... Hold on, is this the wrong one? Wait. Which one is this? Hold on. Let's just do this real quick with 4.5. Decode the numbers. This is ASCII. Doesn't make sense. Oh, bn get info. That's why I couldn't find it. bn get info. Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense with the number. Because I was looking at it and I was like, I know the capital letters are lower and the digits, and then like lowercase is higher, and then like OX41 is capital A and OX61 is lowercase a, because the difference between lower and uppercase is OX20. So like if you want a really fast way to uppercase all the characters, you iterate over each letter and you just like this, right? OX20, and now it's capitalized. But yeah. Anyways, they obfuscate this, and the reason they obfuscate it is because they use that bnet info thing to do like a lookup here, so that they know if your account is registered or not, because each guide is slightly different and it won't import it because... Anyways, let's not go too much into that. Reverse engineering is fun. I don't know why I got off on this tangent. So, okay, we got rank. And I wanted to do something for people high on their rank. Did we finish building? We did. So that means we can do a server deploy. Accidentally teaching hacking again. You know, use it for good, not for evil. Don't do bad. Anyways, so let's see. We've got all that stuff. I guess we just deploy this. Replace high scores or get profile. And I think that's basically good. It'll slightly break some stuff, but we'll fix it real quick. Next week, arrested in Japan for hacking a vending machine. I'm not gonna do that. I mean, I will leave this at home, okay? We're not gonna hack anything. I've actually never used this. I just wanted to have one. This is a Flipper Zero. Never actually used it. Maybe someday. Replace high scores for get profile with Redis call. Alright, so that's committed. And then this one here is replace with a rank. Games with player rank. Am I hyped for Flipper's new tool, Kraken Zero? Not too much. I was a bit disappointed with what the Flipper is capable of. Their scripting language is not super nice. Oh, this is Kraken, the crypto thing. Let's see. So what if I just go here? Will it tell me about the new thing? Not really. Well, how am I supposed to know about their thing if they don't mention it anywhere? Let's see. Okay, so replace public games with public player rank. Yeah, much more useful. Okay, let's do a server deploy. Alright, so that's deploying. Make sure that I've got Docker running. I don't know if this is up and running yet, so let's quickly start that up. Perfect. Alright, so now that we've done all that, I want to make a change because I want rank 1, 2, and 3 to like really stand out. So on the profile page, change the game stat part so that the rank for 1, 2, and 3 have a special animation to really stand out. Alright, so we told Claude to do the work, and we'll see what happens. What's my record waka time? I don't use it anymore, Snicker. But I've been very busy lately. I have just been on a tear. So what I ended up doing is I was on Twitter, and I've really been liking Twitter a lot more recently. I've been using it a lot. And... Whoa. Whoa, Melky. Melky's starting beef with Theo. But, what I did is I only follow people that I want to be more similar to, kind of, right? So, I've just got like a lot of, well, okay, well, maybe not everyone, but anyways, and I've got Cookie Monster on here because Cookie Monster is awesome. But anywho, it's pretty. I don't follow very many people on there, but it works out nice. I like it a lot. Scrolling Twitter on stream is like, oh, in case I show something that's NSFW. Well, you know, that's my Twitter feed. So there you go. What broken go? Oh, who knows? Professional fitness and pool streamer? Yeah, I've actually streamed in a pool on stream. So, okay. Oh, it changed something. I think it looks like shit though. Let's see. Whoa, that's cool as hell. Kind of. This looks bad at the top. Whoa. I do like that it changed the background for the ones that are like, that's cool. Oh, it even shows rank 1, 2, 3. That's pretty cool. I don't like this number 1 in the top right. See, and this is why we vibe code, because sometimes you get something that's pretty cool. That's cool. Yeah, so if you're super high rank, now you can show off. We vibing. So now if I go here, view profile. Damn. Number 1. That's cool. Okay, there's part of this that I don't like. I don't like this top rank indicator thing, so we're just gonna delete that. I might tell it make it more cool as hell. We'll see. But I think it did a pretty decent job so far. And why does this gold medal look like bronze to me? It really is a gold one. Okay, whatever. Oh, you know what? Let's replace that with the other thing. It shouldn't be that at all. Let's replace that. So instead of it being like an actual emoji, which for some reason this thing loves doing emojis, I want it to be like gold's thingy instead. Do that. Metals row. Now with more pop and gradient backgrounds. No, it's not. We removed that. That's one issue with vibe coding is it can be a little less. Okay, let's see. I want this bronze to be a little more bronze, I think. Like, why is this too amber? Like, why not just yellow to yellow? I mean, the yellow to amber was cool. Let me see. Take care, Azoras. Johnny. Is it Ikitetene or is that... I think it's Ikitetene. Is Mui these classes or this is Tailwind? Problem is, oh, like on this one it's a different enough. My concern is that golds and bronze are too similar. I don't like how similar gold and bronze are. I think it's fine. Howdy, Speed. How's it going? And this is what it looks like if you're completely cracked. The silver, I think, should be more silver. From gray to slate. What if I boost the gray to slate part of this? There is no silver, there is silver. Wait, so what if it's like really high? You can have light gray? Yeah, yeah. I'm wondering what that looks like. I think it's fine for them to stand out if you're like super high. So I think those are fine. Let me boost these up a bit more. And actually I think bronze I'm not gonna boost because I think bronze is like not as important. That's better, but we can do more. I think we throw a text shadow on these gold medals and things so that they stand out more. That's pretty cool. Yeah. If you're bronze or something, it really stands out more. And now that's like, there's a cooler reason to be like, oh yeah, I'm high level in Funi. Check on my profile, it's absolutely cracked. Let's see, so achievement counts, compact badge. I think compact badges is what I want here. Which means I wanted to grab this one as well because I want that to show up maybe. It might be too much. We'll see. We'll see. So this one I want text shadow, and then I want shadow dash. We don't know what the color is going to be, so we have to do a black shadow. I think that's the only thing we can do. And I think default text shadow is going to be too much. It's going to be like way too big. Yeah, that's probably a little too much. So we'll reduce that. Make it text shadow SM. Should look good. Cool. Very cool. Yeah, there's a big difference now between gold, silver, and bronze. I think silver's my favorite though, but whatever. Okay. And now, for wherever the heck it's got that thingamabobber, there's like an emote. Where is that at? Stat item. It has an icon. Oh, it just replaces the icon. I see. What is this icon? Is this a string? It is a string. It shouldn't be a string. This should be a React node. I believe node is the one. Because you want it to be like a string or an element or something else. I love this interface. Do not use or you will be fired. Experimental React nodes. What a great name. Let's see what this is like. Why is this upset with me? Oh, it's happy. Cool. Let's see what that looks like. And if that looks okay, I will replace the rest. If it looks like shit, we will leave it. Well, right now it looks like shit, but maybe I can improve it. Yeah, I don't love it because it's just gold. It almost looks like a glitch. It's the same metal, so that's not super cool. There's another gold badge though. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe it's like the one over here. Yeah, the old one. What's the path for this one? Maybe if I just change it up to this one, gold medal. Maybe that might look okay. Maybe if it's like rank is just gold. No, I'm just gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it the way the LLM had it. I think that was better. That works for now. What is it, beef? I might even do something where, like, if you're rank 1 or something, maybe there's like a more of a moving background? I don't know. That might just be for like rank 1. But I think it's cool enough now. There's gonna be a point where I stop questioning the way the LLM does things? Yeah, then we move faster. We move faster and faster, zoom, zoom, zoom. Okay, let's take a look, see if our server has been deployed. I think we're basically just about done with the profile. This is like the 3rd day I've been working on the profile, and I'm getting pretty happy with the way it looks. Now there's more of an incentive to be a high level, because it just really pops on your profile now, which is super cool. I think that's so awesome. I wish I had one of those. I'm not high enough rank on any game, I don't think. Oh, I am! On Battle Warship! I have rank 3. Hell yeah! Mine's not as cool as the others, but at least I have one. There's one game on Funi. Way at the bottom. Maybe I could sort this by rank instead. Instead of by, like, level, I could sort it by rank. Nah, I'll leave it the way it is. For now. Well, I should probably sort it by rank. It would make more sense. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, let's see. So are we all on S1 or S2? We're on S2. So we want to take a look at funi.com. This one here. This is the other cluster. So someone asked earlier, how do I manage like servers without kicking people off? The trick is I have 2 separate clusters. So this one here was recently deployed, and now I can swap everybody on over to this cluster. And the way that I swap clusters is I just call this thing change cluster, and I say, okay, let's go to S1. And then after this, everyone will be on S1. If there are any issues with S1, I can swap everyone back over to S2. Is this the green and blue? Yeah. So now, when people refresh on Funi, they will be on S1. And this prevents the, like, people's games, you can see it's now S1. This prevents issues with, like, people's games, like, crashing or something, because of the way I do the deployments. I also do this thing where I have like an 80-20 rule. I might make it like 50-50. So the oldest servers don't receive new traffic, and this allows the game servers to kind of gracefully like reset themselves. So you can see here, like these fleet game servers, these ones will not be receiving new traffic because they're the oldest. So there's this orchestrator, and it's constantly updating the ingress rules, so the oldest ones will, once those rooms die off, they will get recycled and cleaned up. It doesn't work perfectly though, because some people will stay in a room for days. Like, they will just hog resources for days. There's a few things I can do here. If somebody just doesn't make a move, I could just say, okay, time to leave, and kick them out. But I don't want to do that too often, because what if somebody has like a puzzle open, and so they've been keeping like their tab open for like all night. Yeah, people will do all sorts of crazy things, Beef. They'll just be in a room by themselves, AFK for all day long. Maybe a 20-hour kickoff might be reasonable. Once I have VIP, I'll be a little bit more, like, kicky. So I'll be like, okay, well, if you've got MVP, I'm not gonna kick your room. But you don't have MVP, you're a guest, you're tying up resources. Get out of here. Maybe? We'll see. Howdy, Agent Smith. How's it going? Alright. So I think now I want... Do I really want Battle Warship to be my #1 game? Because I'm rank 3 in it? I don't care about that game. This is a tough one. The games I care about most are these. I think we leave it. I think we leave it like this for now. No one does? I know. This is the game, like... This is the easiest one to get, like, bronze on. It's been a long time. You wonder what's changed on Funi? A lot. There's been a lot that's changed. So this whole profile page is new. So that's cool. Okay, what else do we do today? Because we kind of completed what I wanted for the profile page. We got the MVP thing. Oh, you know what? While we're at it, let's just clean this part up a little bit. Let's center this part. And then that'll be, I think, pretty much good to go. Yeah, the profile page is popping off. Player stats and everything, pretty neat. Oh, there's one more piece. So something else that's super important is you need to be able to see, like, you've got all this stuff here, right? Like, Haggler's premium handbooks and all this Funi Eats stuff. And I don't know what my critical hit chance is or any of my other stats. I need to be able to see my stat information somewhere. So how do I view that? So we've got game stats and player stats, I think. I love this little thing here, this MVP thing. Oh my god, that's so cool. And the LLM came up with that. Because of course it did. I also love what it did with the bronze, silver, and gold. I couldn't have come up with that, but it looks awesome. And I just realized it also makes your rank flash. That's so cool. Interesting. I almost want it to make it grow larger and smaller. You learned a lot from this Twitch stream? Heck yeah. Last time we were working on randomly generating puzzle pieces with like the weird curvy things. Yeah. Animate pulse. Let's do we could do something like that. We could like transform scale 1.5, translate y negative 12.5%, I think. See, I'm thinking maybe I want to do something like that. You know, where it's like larger. It makes it feel like there's a dedicated artist on it. Right? I love it. This thing solves my design issue because I'm more of like a back-end person. I'm not that great at design. And with Claude Code, I can literally just tell it to do something, have it crank out a few ideas. One of them will usually look pretty awesome, and then I go with it, and now it's like we have a designer on board that gives me like instant updates and works 24/7. It's great. I think that's maybe too big, but I think I could make it like a little bigger like that. I think I do want to make it bigger. Maybe not that big. And maybe not that big either. I don't think of that big. Maybe 1.6? 1.5? 1.6 could work. Maybe 1.5. We'll do 1.5. I think that's more normal. Rank styles. So I want scale dash 1.5. 1.3. 1.2. But that might mess it up a little bit. It might be a little bit lower, so I might have to... Oh, it didn't scale up the thingy-mabobber. Frickin' heck. Scale dash... Oh, that's because it's not like that. Scale 150, scale 125, and... I guess 110, sure. I might also have to mess with this a little bit because it might not scale. Yeah, see, it looks a little funky down there. So I gotta translate Y. One fourth, I think. I think it's 12.5%. I don't know why. It's odd, but whatevs. Okay, this, bam, like that. Let's see if 1/4. If it's not 1/4, it's 1/8. It's definitely odd like that. Okay. Yeah, so we need to do to 12.5%, which is 1/8. But it's different. It's like based on the scale factor. So if I scale it by 1.5, can I change the location that it's scaling at instead? Like I want it to scale from center. Oh, wait a minute. I can change the order. Transform origin center. Let me try a few things. So what if I do transform origin center? Literally nothing changes there. Backend people don't know the pain of centering divs. I mean, normally flex works fine, but the difference is like we're doing the scale thing and heckin', gosh heckin' heck. So, okay, let's remove the translates. Okay. So I need to translate it, should be by half. Change the odor. Thanks, Beef. Thanks. Appreciate it a bunch. Now, the reason we're doing scale is because we don't want to actually increase the total height, and scale doesn't mess with, like, the DOM. It doesn't change the actual height. So that's why we're using scale. Transform origin. Did not do what I wanted it to do. So what if I try all the different ones? Oh, actually, hey, yeah, that's kind of what I wanted, sort of. Except bottom isn't really it, and top isn't really it. Center is kind of what I want, but that's kind of the default. What the hell? Is it because of leading height? Or line height? I feel like it might be. So if I remove line height, leading none, still more on the bark of freaking heckin' heck. Okay. We're just gonna manually do this, and it's gonna be fine. I need more translate wise though. 1/4 is not good enough. That is kind of what I want. 1/8, 1/16. Let's see what that looks like. Close. If I modify the leading height, does that make it go better or worse? And the line height, I think I do want 1/8 on that. Yeah, so maybe I want to start at 1/8, and then this would be 1/16, and then this is... Let's just see if 1/16 is enough. This is a bit nitpicky. Yeah, that looks fine actually. Cool. So rank 3 is pretty cool. Rank 2, rank 1 are now super cool. Okay, so that's done. Let's see, what's next? Player stats. How do I do player stats here? I think I want it to be part of game profile. So filter items, items. This items is all of the items that they have. Query items, perfect. So that means I can have player stats here too then. Yeah, I think I just call it stats. Yeah, we'll just do that. So how do I do that? Item stats? Stats? I need to award gameplay because this in here is going to tell me I think I have an issue in my time played. I think it's scaling based on your stats, which doesn't make any sense. What's a VIP player? Somebody who has MVP, Agent Smith, so this isn't quite out yet. This will come out probably sometime during the Japan trip when I have some spare time to work on it. But they have a lot of bonuses, so you get like 30% more XP. You can do private rooms where you get full XP. By default, you get like half in private rooms, so you don't level up as fast. So if you're doing private rooms on Funi, this is massive because you're all of a sudden getting like 2.6 times more XP. It's a lot. You don't get any ads on Funi, and you get like more bank interest and weekly gem rewards and exclusive emotes. This here is not implemented quite just yet, so I have to finish implementing that before I roll out VIP. And something soon is I'm gonna make it so that when you get bundles, they will give you some VIP time as well. So it's not done yet, but soon. You know, just a lot of work. A lot of work to do. Okay, so get time played. Is based on that. How does any of this work? User award gameplay. This must be it. And then somewhere in here, query stat modifiers. This is what I need right here. Query stat modifiers. So that means I want stats to be here. No, I don't want query stat modifiers because I already have the information that I need for stat modifiers. Which is, I have the stat items. So I should be able to calculate stat modifiers instead. Export function. Calculate stat modifiers. Okay, so that is my stat items. So I only need stat items. And what is the type from this? This is... the hell does it return? Query equipment stat items. Partial, okay, it's literally just, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Awesome. So given that, it returns the thingy. Perfect. How did I arrive at the name Funi? Well, I was in an enchanted forest, and a fairy came up and approached me and was like, Funi, Funi. And I was like, yeah, that sounds good. We'll use that name. No, there's like some sites you can go to and get like brandable domain names. So if I go here, you know, that's the question I get asked a lot actually, is how do I come up with the name Funi? What are the top sites for buying brandable domain names? Oh, I should have had it score. It's always better when you have it score. But okay, so for example, you can go here and we can just take a look. This might actually be multiplayer games. Damn, look at that, multiplayer.io. Holy hell, that's a good one. I almost want to ask the co-founder, hey, can we buy multiplayer.io? But yeah, something like this, right? And then you just kind of go through and you see if anything looks good. Yeah, this is actually pretty solid. Is it only the domain name? Yeah, that's all you get. You just get the domain name. It's just a casual $54,000 domain name. Actually expensive. That is probably the service we used actually, is probably Brand Bucket. Given players stat items, calculates their stat modifiers, e.g. crit chance, gold bonus, and it returns. Why a new domain? Funi's already good. Oh, I was just saying, like, you know, multiplayer.io is solid, but I think I do like Funi, right? Funi is starting to get some traffic. Funi is nice and short and succinct. It's got some charm to it, and I like it. Plus, multiplayer.io is not a website that you would go to for single-player games. So if we ever wanted to branch out and do single-player games, can't really do that. Plus you've got that .com, which is always nice to have. Okay, so now we have this stats thing. We don't need it to be async because we already have the items. So it's just gonna be stats, calculate, stats, modifiers with items. Very, very simple. Should be very happy with that. Okay, so I also need to have stats over here. And what is the return result for this exactly? Stat modifiers, and where is the type for stat modifiers defined? Yeah, maybe it will still build. Let's try. So I will know it builds if this server builds. I think that is the one that really matters here. Stats. I don't know if I can... Yeah, that doesn't work, does it? Love it. Love it. Love when it doesn't work. And create stat modifier. Oh, create stat modifiers is public. I can just call that. Perfect. In fact, const empty stats. We'll just call it there, and then we don't have to create like a bunch of stuff in memory each time. Okay, awesome. Super duper. If it doesn't have anything, we'll just give it blank. Awesome. Really cool. Super duper. Great. And I just did a server deploy, which means I can't do another one for a while. Heck and heck. I want stats, man. I should have waited. Oh well. Howdy, Michael. How's it going? A video short idea for how did I arrive at the name Finny. That's a good one, Beef. Yeah, let me put that on my to-do list as well. Yeah, it's not enough for a whole video. Thank Malvi. Oh, did Malvi suggest it first? Well, thanks, Malvi. Oh, or not. Oh, yeah, someone who requested it. Yeah, I keep forgetting I can do shorts. It doesn't have to be a full video. What am I working on? The profile page of Funi right now. I just was vibe coding the other day and it was getting a lot done. And I was like, you know what? I can fire my designer and just use Claude code, basically. So this is what Claude came up with. Did I make this shirt? Yeah. So I did. It was just Bulby and then I put the Funi logo below it and that was the shirt. This is actually a very, very comfy shirt. This material is like a little stretchy and a bit form-fitting, so I think it's very flattering. I like it a lot. And it feels really, really soft. So, big fan. This is one of my favorite shirts just because of how comfy it is. So, yeah, I had Grok come up with like, okay, what's the absolute best shirt money can buy that's actually manufacturable? So, I got this on Printify, and I'll make like an official Funi merch thing. My goal for merch is to have like the highest quality products only. You discovered my YouTube because you found a short where you said don't use Upstash? Yeah, you can just run Redis yourself. And then you saw me on Twitch? Well, howdy. Not you, howdy. And golden plated merch. It's not gonna be golden plated, okay? But it should be very nice. Alrighty. So, now we have all of the players' stats basically for free when I call get profile, which finally, you know how long I've been waiting for this? I've been wanting to see my actual stats for years. For so long. And finally, we have the technology. Now that LLMs can code. That's what it took. So now, if I do this, let's take a look and see what we got going. What's that server returning for me? Stat modifiers. Bad client record. What the f? It broke. Why? Bad client request. How? Get profile. It returns my crit chance and all my other stuff. Did something crash? I don't understand how it broke. Try it again. Yeah. Get profile is now internaling. Undefined. And get profile. And user. Eh? How did I break this? I'm not the top player on Funi? No, I'm not. In fact, I can go here and you can actually see my rank for every game. So this is new. So you can see overall I'm rank 60. Rank 368 in pool, 20 in dynamite. Some of these I'm pretty darn high in. Like checkers, I'm rank 33. Typing game, I'm rank 9. I almost want to make these buttons now so that I can click on it and go to the leaderboard and see like what it would take to get to like the higher ranks. But at least I'm rank 3 in Battle Worship. That's cool, I guess. What am I using for users and auth? Did I code all the games? Yes, I coded all the games. If you want to know what I'm using for users and authentication, you can take a look at my Twitter article that I made. So my last article goes over this a little bit. How I built Funi, this one here. And I think you're browsing from YouTube, so let me put that here for you. What do the days represent next to the game rank? That is your time played. So you can see I've wasted 56 hours of my time playing Dynamite, apparently. How long did this take? Funi has been a work in progress for about 4.5 years. Do you need to play well? Just hours. It's just based on time. This is more of like an RPG, like an MMO. It's less like competitive. I mean, the games are competitive. There is an ELO system as well, but your rank here is determined by how long you've played. I didn't want it to be based on ELO because then people will just care a lot more about, you know, cheating and just trying to be #1 that way. Whereas if it's XP based, it's a lot harder and a lot to cheat because, you know, like if you spend 1,000 hours playing Funi, your account becomes very valuable and you don't want to risk botting on it because if I find out, it's gone, right? So a lot of risk for botting and it begins to like outweigh the benefit. So I try to use like a lot of like not game logic, but I forget the word. But I try to like stop people from botting and stuff by thinking about like what are the incentives for botting, you know, and I try to like nip that in the bud. How do I feel about DynamoDB? I think DynamoDB is too complicated for a lot of use cases. If I were starting Funi over, I would have just gone with PostgreSQL because that's like easy to get started. It's very easy to model your data. It's very powerful in what you can query, and it scales fairly well. And then once you begin running into those barriers with the scaling problems, I think that's where it makes more sense to be like, okay, this wasn't scaling, let's refactor it and make it scale harder. You know, like, whether that's caching layers or something else. I don't think you need to be worrying early about how am I going to scale to 1 billion users when you have 2 users and those 2 users are you and the co-founder. Howdy, Owen. So I like DynamoDB for when you have to scale. It can solve some scaling issues, potentially, Scots, but I don't like how special it is to model the data for that. And this comes from a place of a little bit of experience, right? Funi's been growing for like 4.5 years, and this is what I've learned. Building a site that has 1 million monthly actives. It's difficult to use Postgres if you use Lambda or other serverless compute. Yeah, there are a couple of like wrappers and things and like ways you can make that work. I tend not to really use serverless because you got to think about like, okay, what is serverless buying you? And what I do now is I just have servers, right, that run. So just easier, right? Like I've got all my API endpoints and I scale that horizontally, and you're not going to get the same level of performance with serverless with Funi. And I go over that in my Twitter article and I explain why it is like that. You're also not going to be able to compete on cost. If you are using serverless, you have to understand those are running on servers. The way that serverless works is typically it is going to be like a horizontal pod autoscaler running inside of Kubernetes that scales down to 0 or to whatever your threshold is. It's really just a horizontal pod autoscaler with less control and much higher cost. That's what you're paying for. You're paying so someone else can manage your Kubernetes cluster for you because you're too scared to use something like Hetzner K3s and run one command. Right? Like, I found that it was actually very easy for me to manage my own Kubernetes cluster. Your mileage may vary. I think initially you can usually get away with like a single VM, and then you can scale that vertically, and that'll get you pretty far. And if you don't know how, you can ask an LLM. Like, managing your own infrastructure is getting easier and easier. I would avoid bare metal. Like, I would avoid having your servers managed at a database or at a data center because there's too much time to get that up and running. It might take you days. If something fails, you're going to have backup parts at the data center. That can all be very tricky and a pain and a nightmare to manage, but that's okay because you've got things like Hetzner, which are going to be about 1.5 to 2 extra cost, and that's really low given that it gives you a lot more flexibility. So with Hetzner, I can spin up a new instance in minutes, right? Usually within 1 minute. Showbit, howdy, glad to have you here. It's been a while. I've been a bit more on the Twitters and a little bit more on YouTube, and now I multi-stream and all that jazz. Glad to have you here. I've been working on Funi, as always, and I was just talking a little bit about serverless and some of the trade-offs. But yeah, Hetzner is my go-to for scaling. It works great, it's very cheap. Something interesting is, I think it's called Railway. Yeah, this one here I saw the other day. Vibe coding on JetBrains, yeah. I'm using Claude Code with JetBrains. So this one's interesting because Railway allows you to kind of scale down, and their costs are high, like for what you're using, but the idea is you only pay for what you use. So if you're using like 2 CPUs, but you've got up to 30 or something, the costs don't seem that bad. Like I did the pricing and it seems like if you ignore bandwidth, it's only going to be like 2 to 3 times Hetzner, which is still cheaper than the cloud. Hockey keyboard, yeah. Were you here when I switched to this keyboard? It's been a while, so I'm not sure. Right, so we just added stats, and now we have this issue. And calculate stat modifiers. So I believe that would be over here. The instability of Railway, really? Wouldn't recommend? Can you explain more, Krasner? I haven't used it yet, but I was looking at the prices and it seems interesting. You can get AWS Activate. I don't like AWS, okay? I don't like it because its costs are high, especially for ETH. Or not ETH, sorry. Bandwidth costs are very high. You're gonna be spending like 50 times more than you would on Hetzner, so it instantly makes a lot of businesses non-viable. If your business relies on streaming video, or if it relies on serving files, you're gonna be paying an insane premium through the nose for AWS. What language does Funi use for backend? Check my Twitter article, Agentsmith. I go into detail there. Yeah, GCP has something similar. They give you an insane amount of credits, but then you're building on their infra. And yeah, I find AWS a little confusing. Okay. Reading effect. Oh, here it is. If counts items stat item ID doesn't exist. Oh. Well, that's easy. What stat item do I have that breaks? How is this even possible? If this code is broken, then what does that mean about all of the games I've played on Funi forever? That doesn't make any sense. Surely it works. I don't know. Anyways, return calculate stat modifiers. Oh yeah, by the way, Nexel. This UI was done by an LLM. I had Claude Code do this. How does Claude Code handle large code bases like Funi? Pretty well. So what I do is I will prompt it with the file name that it needs to be looking at, usually, or with like an idea of where to look, and I think that helps a lot. I also have a pretty strong prompt that seems like it works pretty solidly. So here's my prompt. And if you want, I can copy paste this. But I've been, like, as somebody who's not very strong at UI, it's been amazing. Share the prompt? Okay. I'll just paste it, I guess. Here's my current... Yeah, I'll just paste it here. Here's my current Claude 3.7, or Claude Code prompt. Not interested. Is that gonna be easy? New formatting options. Can you just copy paste from there? Well, let me know and I'll post it. I probably should do this in like a different format. I don't know how this is gonna turn out. Or I could just make it an article. Maybe we do that. Claude MD prompts. Okay. Does it support code? Let me preview this. It does not. Ah. Okay, insert code. Oh, here we go. Markdown. Perfect. I just deleted it. Technical difficulties, hold on. I guess that will do it. Oh yeah, I can also talk a little bit about, to generate this prompt, I just add to it slowly, and then have a strong LLM, like O3, which is deep research. Shorten it, simplify it. Condense it. I'll provide more information later on the full process. Okay, and image. What image do I put for this? Claude or something? And then let's edit this real fast. Claude 3.7 or Claude code prompt. Hold on. That's not very useful. Just take that and let's go photo P. Paste, 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 paste. Does not paste with photo P. Or what if I do Chrome? Do I pay $200 a month? Yeah, I do. Export as. This is like a very impromptu type of edit, so I don't expect this one to be very useful. I should delete some of these images, they're ancient. I guess that works. That looks like shit, but you know what? That'll do. You know what? Fine, we'll just zoom in. Make it look shit. This is not my best work, but this is fine.
This was the only place I could go.
Okay. Process. And publish. Yeah. Copy a link, sure thing. Alright, you can view it here. Hopefully you can just copy this. But that's just an idea, right? You can obviously change it. And I'm gonna provide some, or I guess, I don't know if I'll provide prompts for my game creation. I might not, because that's gonna be kind of confidential. But that prompt there shouldn't hurt Funi, I don't think. You can kind of get an idea for how I do it. Okay, so this part here, I need to know why this is not working. No worries, hopefully you find that useful. If not this console.error missing item. I want to know why my calculate thing is breaking for me. I might have some items that just simply don't exist, and that might be it. Alright, So soon I'll be able to actually see my stats. I can actually see like what my crit chance is and how much gold bonus I have. It's finally feeling more like an MMO. How did I set up my CI/CD? Good question. I set it up with Cloudflare pages. I go a little bit in depth on that, Michael, if you check out my article on Twitter. It's like the most recent one. Not the most recent, but the previous most recent. The one that's pinned. Okay, so now that works just fine. And now I have all of my stats. Check it out. Buy price multiplier, crit chance, 25.5%. That's kind of wild. I need to be more careful on releasing crit chance stats. People are gonna cap out with 100% crit chance. My crit multiplier is only 2? That doesn't make sense. I thought I had crit multiplier items. Experience multiplier for different games, 1.6. For accounts, and other stats. Interesting. 1.24. Huh. I should make everything over 100% on crit chance, just do more crit damage? Maybe. Experience multiplier 1.24, gold bonus, gold multiplier 1.71. There's a lot of things here. But really, I think it comes down to experience multiplier, gold multiplier, and then 1.22. I think that's multiplied by that. It must be. What game is this on Funi? This is just Funi. This is the Funi part of Funi. Howdy G, how's it going? Okay, so we got everything we need. There should be some error messages in chat or over here for me in the console, which should explain why my stuff is so busted. Paint job puddle. I literally have an item that does not exist. We need the dot effect here in case user has items that don't exist. Really, the only person with these items should be me. Paint job puddle doesn't exist. Yeah, there's a file. It is not a thing. That's cool. What does this even look like? Oh. Somehow I have an item that doesn't exist. Great. Awesome. Alright, so that's all we need for adding stats. Include players' stats in Git profile. Using GitHub Actions? Yeah. So I use GitHub Actions, Michael, because the normal like built-in Cloudflare, just for Cloudflare pages or whatever, does not have enough time. So it will time out and then my build will fail. Just because Funi is huge. There's thousands and thousands of images and other things on Funi. The built-in worker just didn't scale. Let's see. Now I want to display this info. If I could snap my fingers and have someone work with me on this stuff, what would I want them to be able to do? Pump out new games without me having to worry about it and have them be awesome? That's what I would do. I would love to just hire people who can pump out awesome multiplayer games for Funi, where I don't have to tell them what to do or how to do it. Maybe just tell them the game, point them in that direction, they go and they finish it. That would be amazing. Alright, so now we need a way to view player stats. And I don't know exactly how I want this done, so let's just vibe it out. Add a section in the in profile.tsx where you can see a player's item stats. Specifically, this is from stats. I'm calling get profile. It needs to show overall experience multiplier, overall gold multiplier. I guess we're not going to show gold bonus and experience bonus because I don't think those exist yet. Interestingly, I thought I had something for gold bonus, but I guess I never actually used it yet. Become a publishing platform for game devs? Yeah, that's the long-term plan, Scots, but I can't talk too much about it because I can't scare off the places that make Funi, that bring lots of traffic to Funi quite just yet. I look fancy today, thanks, Raph. What else do we need? Crit chance. Buy price multiplier. Sale price multiplier. Premium buy price multiplier. Have I been playing Monster Hunter Wilds? Not really. I've played for like an hour. I don't have a lot of time to play games, Raph. I spend most of my time working. And if I'm not working, I'm working on other stuff. And if I'm not doing that, then I'm working out. So, I don't have a lot of spare time for games. But, I do like games a lot. Yeah, I've been a lot more motivated recently because I've been following people on Twitter and stuff who are also very motivated and hardworking. And so for me, it's like everything is like moving like 110 miles an hour and I'm just like, I don't want to fall behind and there's so much cool stuff to do. So I used an LLM to code my profile page. Yes, proof, I did. I'm using it right now to code the profile page. We're just gonna see what happens. Premium buy price multiplier. Is that everything we need? Sale price multiplier, all that other jazz. Yeah, I think we're good to go. I mean, we could include experience multipliers by game. But I'm thinking maybe I want that to be like part of the game stat cards. Yeah, let's just see what happens. Have I worked with Angular Google Maps? No, I haven't. But I do have some interesting news. So, if you go to Crazy Games, you'll see that one of the top games is this thing, World Guesser. Yeah, I went here because I didn't remember the name of the site, okay. Anyways, World Guesser does something real sneaky like, but you'll see it's basically Google Street Maps. So, I thought of a way where Funi might be able to make a GeoGuessr style game. We'll see. Like, what I'm thinking is at first I think I can release it for everyone, and then I might need to lock it down maybe behind MVP, because I realized, well, the thing holding me back is cost. But if I allow MVP players to create the rooms, and it should be fine. So once I get MVP out, I might do something where maybe MVP players are able to create rooms for that, and then anybody can join. But I just need to make sure that I'm bringing in a little bit of money in order to afford things like that. The world is perpetually in high gear. It feels like a second renaissance or something, Scots. It's pretty wild. Is there a staging beta version of the Fini website? Sort of. So you can see here, obviously I have things on localhost that may or may not be on the live site, right? So this is like where I do all the new stuff. But then I also have this thing where I can go like, I can see past deployments. So all of these are older changes. So I can go back here, for example, and if I go to my profile page, you can see it looks bad. It's old. So this is what the profile page looked like before I had the LLM just start vibe coding all over, and this is what it's like now. In fact, now there's also this thing. You can see all the cool stuff. I love what it did for the rank 3+. Like if you're high rank, it's now super cool. I love this. And the LLM just one-shot that. I didn't even tell it to make it look awesome like that. I just said, make it look cool. I'm not really sure what I want. Just make it good. And it came up with this. So I thought that was amazing. Do I have TDD, test-driven development? Not yet, but test-driven development has become more useful with the kind of like giant change of the way that we code. With LLMs coming up and being more of a thing, and vibe coding becoming more and more of a thing, test-driven development has become more important because it helps ensure you're not breaking stuff. Okay, it's got to start. Experience, crit chance, sale price, premium price. Didn't do a great job. I'm gonna tell it looks like shit and to make it look awesome. But I don't know if I want it here. An AI made this? Yeah, Agent Smith. You can do this with an AI. But you gotta keep in mind, it's not just an AI. Like, you have someone who's experienced behind the wheel, they're using it, and they're like making some adjustments here and there, right? I'm not just vomiting this and committing it. I am taking a look at it, I'm making sure that it's correct, I'm reviewing the code, I understand all of the stuff that the LLM is doing, I'm making adjustments to spruce it up a little bit here and there. Working with Claude Code, like I mentioned earlier, is a bit like working with a paintbrush chainsaw. It's very powerful, you can make a lot of progress very quickly, but you do need to touch it up here and there. And you gotta make sure you're using some kind of version control, because the chainsaw will tear through your code and make it unusable if you don't. This is cool, but I don't know if I want this stat information here. I almost want it to be a popper, you know, like not a dialogue, but like something I can click and then have it pop up. Yeah, let's do popper. I like poppers. So, improve the style of this. Use a popper. Yes, it's called a popper, okay? Get your mind out of the gutter. It's actually called a popper. This is what I want right here. Alrighty. I'm the one with mind in the gutter. But anyways. Improve the style of this. Is that dirty? Poppers? Never mind. Alrighty. Anyways. Improve the style of this. Use a popper with a button to display the stats. The style should be super awesome. Alrighty. And we'll see what it comes up with. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it messes it up. But that's part of the vibe. And I can probably just have it... Let's see, where was my previous prompt? How about you use a radar chart for player stats? I'm not sure what a radar chart is. Oh. Interesting. I don't know. Because the thing is, in order to do a radar chart, it's like between 0 and 100, so that would work for like crit chance. But it wouldn't work for anything else, so I think this needs to be more Diablo style. And I think this is fine. Yeah, I use Tailwind for sure. Let's do this. I think I'm gonna have Claude working twice. So we're gonna go over here. And let's go to Funi 2. We're gonna get pull, and then I'm gonna have it do the same thing. Right, that's right. We're using Funi 2 for... Okay, maybe we use Funi 3 instead. Because I had the MVP page on this one, so let's use Funi 3. Let's get pull. Okay, so we're clean. Great. Okay, we'll just do that. Ban, paste. Put these stats in a popper. The popper displays when a button, when a player stats button on the profile is clicked. Make it look super awesome. Alrighty. Let's see what that looks like. It broke. You broke the code. We'll just tell it broke the code, and then maybe it'll fix it. Sometimes you get unlucky. Lines use click away? What the heck? Okay. For React to use, we don't use... I need to make sure it doesn't introduce dependencies. Way to mess it up, Claude. It's trying. It's doing its best. Not even starting with a positive first. Hey, great job with the code, but it seems like you broke it. But yeah, this is the part where, like, there's a few things you can do. You know what, I feel like we need to tell it all of its dependencies, or we need to tell it to search package.json so that it knows all of its dependencies first. Because what it's doing is it's trying to, like, introduce dependencies that don't exist, and those dependencies don't exist. You can't just use them. And I don't think I told it to not introduce anything either. I probably should have told it to do that. Like, you're not allowed to introduce any deps. Oh well. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Oh hey, it stopped breaking. Legendary bonuses! Oh man, they're legendary bonuses! Look at that! Wow! It did a popper thing. Well, it did a thing. Check your inventory for more stat items. It's not bad. Legendary bonuses is a bit much. The style is a bit, maybe a little too awesome looking. It's a bit silly. You like the spinny stars? No, this is like 90s web design. This is very silly. But you know what? Like, it's all like flashing too. Oh my goodness. Okay. All I need is the under construction guy. Add a marquee as well. Have it like scrolling across the text. Oh my god. What? Okay, what happens if I take this and I just stick it in a marquee? See if I can spell this right. Marquee. It might be deprecated. Oh, it doesn't work. No. I thought that was marquee. Marquee. HTML. I don't actually know how to use this thing. The marquee. Such scrollable text. Yeah. Do I have to pass a direction? Simple scrolling. Oh, it doesn't work in... Maybe it doesn't work in Firefox. Did the LLM make this? Yeah. It's a start. I told it to make it super awesome, and it interpreted super awesome as make it very flashy. Okay, let's see what the other one did. Surely it's done by now. Oh. Yes, and don't ask again. I think we're on Funi 3 right now, so npm run start. Oh, yeah, I gotta npm run start from here. Someday 90s design will come back. Yeah, someday. We might get there with LLMs, actually. Just tell it to use modern design. Yeah, I'm gonna tell it modern design. But it's also gotta be fun. It's gotta be fun and modern, you know? Like, that's the Funi thing. Funi is fun, but also a bit modern. Okay, looks like that one is still going. Ha. I'm out of money. Okay. Hold on, let's add more money. When credit balance reaches $5, bring credit balance back up to $25. Do I ever give lead code contests? No. It bankrupted me already. Yeah, we're bankrupt. Funi is bankrupt. This is over. We gotta turn Funi into a gambling website. It's the only way I can afford to use Claude. Alright. We're back on continue. /compact. Is leak code required for game programming interviews? It depends what company you're at, Blink. So lead code is not going to help you become a better programmer, at least not very much. But a lot of companies do require lead code for interviews. I don't like lead code. I had to do it when I was at Google. I thought it was a waste of time. They placed me lower than I should have been. Fun times. But anyways. Right, let me, a lot of big companies will make you delete code. Why did the whole thing break? Well, I guess it's still working. Maybe it'll fix it up. Howdy, Patel. Okay, legendary bonuses is a bit much. Why does it say legend? Maybe it says legendary because they have high stats. Legendary bonuses. I don't see this anywhere in the code. What? Why does it say legendary? Maybe it says legendary because... Oh. Yeah, maybe it would help if I reload. I think JetBrains doesn't realize the changes, is why. Alrighty. Go to networking events in a tech city. Yeah, that might be useful. Another thing is you can stream and you can be on Twitter, etc. You can get jobs that way too. But building stuff is very helpful. Here it is, legendary bonuses. Oh my god, it's actually based on... So Watcher of the Seal has legendary bonuses. What does a noob have? Like if I look at a low level on Funi, rare bonuses. Oh my god. It actually changes the legendary because the person I was looking at, their profile was so insane. That's fun, but I think it's a bit absurd. Do I have a referral code for JetBrains? I do. But it doesn't support me, Patel. It just supports you. You get some discounts and stuff. I don't get any kickbacks or anything. But at least I can see the numbers, so I can be like, oh, X number of people clicked on it or signed up. You think I'd like it more if it rounded this stuff? Yeah, I mean, like, okay. So let's take this, right? We can go take this and be like, okay, let's move it to like here-ish. And stick it here, and then make this like flex. And then let's do this. And then let's justify between. Kind of. And then we'll round it LG. Overflow hidden. Let's not justify between, let's just gap it instead. Let's move this under the player avatar, actually. Yeah, that'd be a good spot for it. We take that, we move it under the player avatar. And then, maybe remove the legendary rare bonus thing. I think that's a bit silly. How does the prompt work? You stick it in a ClaudeMD file at the root of your repo, and then it's just auto. Okay, let's see if the other one actually builds. Does it run? No. What? Sparks. There's no Sparks. I'm just gonna tell it there's no Sparks. I can't. I'm not gonna bother debugging this. Okay, so I think that's. There's no Sparks. I hope I told it the right one. I did not. Escape, escape! Interrupt. Okay, this one. There's no Sparks. This is like talking to multiple people. You know, like you send them a message, but it's like intended for the other one. Alrighty. Let's take this rare bonuses and let's move it. Move the player bonuses under the user's avatar. Player bonuses button under the user's avatar. Remove the legendary bonuses, rare bonuses, etc. text, and just call it player stats. Make it look better. Nintendo-esque. We'll just tell it, make it look better. And you know what? I'm gonna take this, and we're just gonna copy what it's done so far, so that I at least have an idea. So that we don't have anything worse than this. Right, we can create this again just from a picture. We don't need anything, so picture's all I need there. Alright. And does this build now? Hey, it builds. Oh, damn. That looks better, actually. All we need is we need to move this down and we need to fix the colors because it looks a little weird. Bonuses from accrued stat. Yeah, hey, that's not too bad. I should have platinum also? What do you mean platinum? Like MVP and platinum or something? What do you mean platinum? Or do you mean like you've got gold and platinum, like in EverQuest, where you've got copper, bronze, gold, platinum? This one's not bad. Shop discount minus 6%. This is nice. But I feel like these three... it's missing crit multiplier. This is not bad though. Yeah, I kind of like it. Platinum level? What, like legendary platinum? Come on. Anywho, this is how I do it. Like, this is how I'm coding the whole profile, is we're just vibing. I don't have to think about it, and I just pick the one that looks best and clean it up. I love it. Favorite way to code the front end now. Anywho, let's find someone to raid, because I do have a flight to catch, so I do have to cut the stream short today, and I'll be back at the start of next month. Why does the button say player stats and the stats pop-up says item stats? I will change it to item stats because it's based on the items that you have. So we'll call it item stats. I told the LLM to call it player stats, and that's why it's weird. So that's on me. This is decent though. We'll see what this turns into. Have a good flight? Thanks. And I appreciate y'all being here. Shout out again to Nex. It's been a while, so I'm glad you got to catch the stream. Alrighty, who do we want to raid here? Where am I heading? Japan. It's a little bit far away. Wait, there's no one I'm following who's streaming programming on a Saturday? Do people not work on Saturdays? What is wrong with people? Alrighty, let's see, who can I raid then? There's daylight savings time tonight? No way. Daylight savings. What? Okay, well, thanks for letting me know, Beef. I was about to be an hour late for a plane to another country. Wouldn't have been super great there. Okay. I can sleep on the plane? Yeah, I'm excited. I love plane rides. So, y'all were talking about lead code. We could do that. What is this person building? Building and coding an AI startup while locked in an apartment. Oh, that's fun. How about this person? Alrighty, take care, y'all. And I'll see y'all later, and I will try to do the muscle bar thing in Japan. Eat teriyaki? I will have a bunch of Japanese food. I'll take pictures, and then when I get back, I'll go over my trip and everything. So it'll be story time.